Wants me to hit restart on.
Work, so I mean. while, 2 weeks.
My daughter. Good morning, everyone. We'll call this meeting of the Advisory Task Force on Solid Waste to order. Clerk, please take the roll.
Miss Donna Barrett. Mr. Kevin Brooks. Miss Stacy Cothran.
Present.
Mr. Greg Duckett. Mr. Doug Giles.
Present.
Mr. Denny Hastings.
Present.
Mr. Matt Harriman.
Present.
Mr. Jeremy Hooper.
Present.
Miss Misty Kern. Michael Mallon.
Present.
Mr. Scott Thomas.
Present.
Representative Rusty Grills.
Here.
Mr. Turner, Matthew Turner. Chairman Reeves.
Present.
Chairman Todd.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I would at this time like to call on Representative Grills to lead us in a prayer and a pledge. If everyone would please stand.
God, we ask you for wisdom on how to do that. Lord, help us as a government to operate in a manner that brings honor to you. Lord, I pray for everything that goes on today that is done in your will and according to your will. God, I pray for families across our nation that you help them and Lord, just revive them. And God, I thank you for the traveling mercies that you gave us today. But Lord, most of all, we just want to thank you for your son dying on the cross for our sins. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Attention, salute pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Chairman Reeves, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Todd. I want to join with you in welcoming everyone to our advisory task force meeting this month. You know, it's not every day you get the opportunity to volunteer to come talk about trash, but the work we do on this committee is so very, very important. No matter where you live, no matter how you vote, no matter what you do for a living, everybody generates waste. So it's important we continue to have this conversation as a task force. As I was driving in this morning, just thinking about, is this our fourth meeting we've had, fourth or fifth meeting? I was trying to think how many times we've been together. I keep coming back to the same question in my mind over and over again, which is this. How do we build a solid waste system in Tennessee by 2050 that is more efficient, it's more scalable, and it's environmentally responsible than the one that we've inherited, while still supporting Tennessee's growth and prosperity? That's a tall order as a task force, and look forward to continue to work with you on this. So, Mr. Chairman, let's get to work.
Sounds good. First on our agenda, we have a legislative recap, and I'm going to take the Public Chapter 1096, Recycling Market Development Diversion Advisory Council, hit the high spots on that, and then Chairman Reeves is going to discuss the other piece of legislation that was passed this year that I think is very significant. The Advisory Council legislation created a collaborative, industry-led advisory council focused on growing Tennessee's recycling economy by bringing together private sector leaders, local governments, conservation organizations, and state agencies. The council will identify opportunities to expand markets for recyclable materials, attract investment, improve regional coordination, and strengthen Tennessee's position in the recycling industry, all without creating new mandates, regulations, taxes, or fees. The council consists of 18 board members that are voting members representing a broad range of stakeholders. Governor appoints 12 of these, 5 representatives of private industry. That's plastic, glass, paper, aluminum, scrap metal, advanced recycling, consumer goods, retailers, etc. 2 representatives from recycling focused trade associations, 1 from private recycling operator sector, 1 representative of the Tennessee Chamber of Commerce and Industry, 1 representative from a conservation organization, 1 municipal solid waste director, and 1 county solid waste director. There are 6 other appointments, 1 member of the Advisory Task Force on Solid Waste, jointly appointed by legislative committee chairs. There's Commissioner of Environment and Conservation, or designee, the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development, or designee, one House member appointed by the Speaker of the House, one Senate member appointed by the Speaker of the Senate, Commissioner of Agriculture or designee. And that rounds out the makeup of the council. Their duties involve serving in an advisory capacity, and they're charged with helping Tennessee develop stronger markets for recyclable materials. And the duties include a study of Tennessee's current recycling marketplace, assess the industry needs, capabilities, and opportunities, research market demand in Tennessee and the Southeast. They're to develop strategies to recruit, retain, and expand recycling-related businesses, identify opportunities to strengthen Tennessee's recycling economy, support market development efforts across the recycling value chain, recommend recycling best practices, evaluate innovative technologies and facility designs, encourage regional cooperation among counties and municipalities. Part of their strategic planning and education is to assist TDEC in their recycling and sustainability program, develop recommendations for educational and public awareness materials, identify successful approaches used in other states. And then on the legislative side and for the executive branch recommendations, they submit recommendations for future executive and legislative action, provide reports and updates on the Advisory Task Force on Solid Waste, and submit an initial report by December 31st of this year and annual reports thereafter. So they are tasked with a strong variety of initiatives and responsibilities that I think will help further exactly what we started this task force to do. I think they're going to play a vital role in that. So with that, I will hand it over to you, Chairman Reeves.
Thank you, Chairman Todd. And I'm also equally excited about this council. I feel like I'm getting asked about it all the time nowadays as far as how to plug in. The way I'm kind of describing it is it's all things but landfills. To take a look at the way the state's going to manage this. To be considered for the new Diversion Advisory Council, it says here you can currently send resumes to Tyler Sloan. Is that right? In the governor's office, which is tyler.sloan@tn.gov. They're currently taking resumes to participate in this council. And again, to determine if you're qualified, the duties and responsibilities, he covered that, and that's in the bill, which is Senate Bill 1793 and House Bill 2518. So excited about this council, what it's going to do. Another piece of legislation that we introduced and passed this last session had to do with amending the current solid waste regional planning process. It's Senate Bill 2547. And it was House Bill 2516, carried by Chairman Todd and myself. Here's what this bill does. It clarified it is the policy of the state to plan for sufficient landfill capacity for waste not recycled or recovered. Region plans must identify where waste will be disposed of and managed for 10 years. It requires that the region plans to be updated and resubmitted to the department at least every 10 years. Each region is to submit a new or revised plan to the department by July 1, 2028. The department to notify the region whether or not the plan includes all of the required information within 30 days of that submission, and requires the region to provide any missing information within 60 days of notification of an incomplete plan. Additionally, the department can approve or disapprove the plan within 120 days after receipt of a complete plan. The region can correct any deficiencies and file an appeal within 60 days after receipt of a letter of disapproval. And the Underground Storage Tanks and Solid Waste Disposal Control Board to promulgate rules establishing criteria for evaluating plans. And again, this was just cleaning up and amending the overall current solid waste region planning process. And if you do want to read more about it, again, it's Senate Bill 2547 or House Bill 2516. So I think both of these pieces of legislation, which we carried, move the dial. So
I certainly believe they do. And the 10-year plans have been something that's been a part of the process for quite some time, but this really puts some, I think, more responsibility in place and accountability so that those plans are workable, they're practical, and will actually do some good. So I think that was needed, and appreciate the cooperation with the Department of Environment and Conservation on that in this process to get that crafted the way it was, and I think make a difference. If any personal orders, I'll offer at this point for the task force before we get into our program. All right, seeing none, we'll start with the Department of Environment and Conservation. I don't know who all is set to present, but have you come and take a seat where it's comfortable. You will have the opportunity to activate your own microphone, turn them on and off. Our system is not working as normal now, so you will operate your own. So a little manual, not automatic today. But whoever wants to start, I'll just call on you, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'll kick us off. Good morning, Chairman Todd, Chairman Reeves, task force members. My name is Steve Sanders. I'm the director for the Division of Land Protection, which is a fairly new division at TDEC. It combines the former Division of Remediation and former Division of Solid Waste Management into a new division that we believe really combines some efforts from the management of waste through the life cycle of cleaning up contaminated properties. The merger really, it brings hazardous waste part 1, hazardous waste part 2, and solid waste regulations all under one roof. We believe that will be very beneficial to the state and its citizens as we move forward. So one place that Division of Remediation historically has been very rooted in is our role not only in the environmental realm, but in economic development, okay? Specifically with our voluntary oversight program and our BRAG grant program that is focused on redeveloping brownfield properties so that we can try and preserve and protect as much of our greenfield properties as we can. That really aligns, I think, with the former Division of Solid Waste Management, now the Waste Management Branch, and its role in economic development. If we look at the fact that to continue to grow economically, we have got to be able to manage waste, whether it's construction waste, hazardous waste, domestic waste, industrial waste, either through waste diversion programs, recycling, landfilling. We've got to have solutions here at home. Okay. And so I think that's how we have to view this, is it's really a critical infrastructure component to continued economic growth. So we have to find those solutions, much of what you already said this morning. You know, we have examples where we've got counties that are managing their waste currently out of state, which is working for the time being. But we're seeing contracts come up, rates being renegotiated, and rates doubling. That's going to put a burden that's ultimately going to hit the taxpayers, right? So we owe it to the citizens to find these solutions, and we're committed to working with the legislature, the task force, to find those solutions. So the department's focused on durable solutions and orderly management of solid waste systems through every means possible. And we certainly have a lot of opportunity to grow in the recycling, potentially waste to energy. There are a lot of things out there that we can utilize. So just wanted to take a minute to introduce myself, introduce the new division, and just basically provide our commitment from the TDEC side to helping solve these problems. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nick Lytle. I am the state's solid waste permits manager for the waste management branch of the new Division of Land Protection. I'm here today to basically do an overview of landfill disposal permitting, as well as solid waste processing and recycling, and the state regulations and state statutes that go into that. If anytime anybody has any questions about this, just let me know, or if there's a topic that I'm not hitting on. First, I just want to go over how a landfill is permitted. I know some of you on this board are very well versed in this, but I know it's a new topic to many of you. It's a complicated process, and subject to Rule Chapter 411.01. Let me get this on my phone. There we go. and mostly embedded in the Solid Waste Act, TCA 68 to 100. And that explains exactly how a landfill is permitted. Right in those rules is pretty much a playbook for the permitting of any landfills. Today, I'm going to go over permitting basically a Class 1 facility. A Class 1 facility is a municipal solid waste landfill, common trash landfill. We also permit Class 2 facilities, which are industrial monofills in most cases, and we also permit Class 3 facilities, which is your construction and demolition landfills for inert materials, which have less stringent regulations and oversight. The landfill process, first thing you do when you want to permit a landfill is you submit what we call a Part 1 application. A Part 1 application is very basic. It is who you are and what you intend to do. You're going to submit with that a basic disclosure statement where we're going to do a bad actor review, although most permits are submitted by county or municipal governments or by larger corporations that are well known across the state. But occasionally we do have a smaller submittal that takes a look into the background of who they are and what they intend to do. You provide a basic map, but the big crux of that Part 1 is the next one, which is the local approval. The Part 1 is where all the local approval happens. It happens before or concurrently with the submittal of that Part 1. This is where the Part 8 municipal solid waste regional board reviews occur before or at the same time as the submittal of the Part 1. This is where the local municipal city or county Jackson law approval happens, if applicable, for that facility. It happens before, in that case, the submittal of the Part 1. I know there's probably a lot of questions about Jackson Law Part 8. Denard will be following up my presentation with an in-depth history of both Part 8 and the Jackson Law local approval steps. And this is also where we check if there's any local non-conforming zoning or any other local approval of any known kind that would basically make it a waste of time to proceed forward with a technical review. The next step is the submittal of the Part 2. This is the meats and bones of the permit. In that, you've got several components. You have a hydrogeological investigation and submittal. That's where you go on site and you're going to do basically a boring array, a full site suitability study to make sure you know where groundwater is. We know where wells, we know where creeks, we know where any jurisdictional waters are. We know the soil characterization. We're trying to figure out if this is suitable. That study can take up to a year. You have to, find when seasonably high water tables are present, which, you have to sometimes do a year of study to figure that out. You also need to know direction of groundwater flow, which takes some time to figure out as well. Next, you would also submit to us your engineering plans. You would submit to us your operations manual, which basically states how you are going to conform with all state regulations. You are going to have a construction quality assurance plan in there that tells us how you're going to construct, how the construction is going to be supervised by a third party, how the landfill will actually be built in accordance with the regulations. And you will also have a closure and post-closure care plan that for a Class 1 facility at minimum states how the landfill will be properly closed and cared for at least the next 30 years. In addition to that, you also provide a long-term plan for the next 50 years after that about the custodial care and the long-term management of the site. So it's a huge endeavor to put that together. Also in there is financial assurance. We put very conservative numbers on our landfills, often in excess of $200,000 per acre for closure. And also higher numbers for post-closure in addition to that. That's usually in the form of a bond, a letter of credit, a trust. There's many different instruments for counties and local governments. They can do a contract in lieu of that bond. And then also is a groundwater monitoring plan. A groundwater monitoring plan is essentially a leak detection system for the landfill. What you're going to do is you're going to have at least one upgradient well. In practice, you usually have a lot more than that. But regulation says at minimum one upgradient well and at minimum 2 downgradient wells in the direction of groundwater flow. And what you're testing is for the upgradient well water against the downgraded well water to make sure they are the same. If they're not the same, then there is a chance that your landfill is impacting groundwater in some way. That's essentially your leak detection system. Expected timeframes. Like I said before, people are very interested in how long it takes to permit a landfill. We tell people, 5 years. If you are 5 years from the end of life, you have to start then and now, because things go wrong along the time. Really, corporate people, they're looking 10, 20 years out in their planning. Your hydrogeologic site suitability study, that can take up to a year to do. If the results don't come out in your favor, you might have to pick a new location. You might have to pick a new spot. But that study, boots on the ground before anything even submitted to TDEC, could take up to 1 year of investigation. Next thing is gaining that local approval. That's an undetermined time frame. It may be instantaneous. It may take a lot of time. Your gaining local approval may not happen at all. So that's a big asterisk out there of how long it's going to take. Next is the submittal of the Part 1, simple 30-day approval process. We're going to check for local approval. In that Part 1, we do a preliminary public notice. So as soon as we get a Part 1 in the house that's complete, that has local approval, we put a public notice out that says, hey, a new landfill or a landfill expansion is coming to a neighborhood near you. Everybody, this is what's happening, and these are who the parties are. There's not a lot of information, usually just a conceptual design when that happens. Next up is the submittal of the hydrogeologic report. We get 30 days to do a simple completeness check on that to make sure all elements are in there. We're not saying if it's technically accurate or not. We're just saying, does it contain the information that we need to review it? Next is a 45-day completeness review of the engineering, the plans, the CQA plan, and all those other Part 2 components. Again, there's a lot of different items in in the old days, it was binders. Now it's electronic submittals, but there's a lot of information. We need to make sure it's all there. We do a 45-day completeness check on that. Next is the review cycle. For a Class 1 facility, a lateral expansion, or a new facility, there's a 270-day review period in regulations. Now, that does seem long. It does sometimes get longer because of those 270 days are clean days. If we issue some sort of a letter of a technical deficiency, or something's missing, or something's not accurate, or we need information, we pause the clock. When this happens, we try to, as a division, issue only 1 or 2 notices of deficiencies. It's pretty common for every permit to get at least 1. With that much technical item submitted to us, invariably there's something wrong in it, or there's something that needs to be clarified, but we try to do 1 or 2 of those. The process starts usually in one of our 8 environmental field offices that we have in all the large cities. We have engineers and geologists in all of those field offices that will first do a preliminary check of the permit. And in modern times with Microsoft Teams and other tools, we often collaborate a lot more than we used to. And we do a peer review with our central office. We do some backs and forths. Once we go through that process and we get everything that we need, and we cannot find a single thing wrong with that permit that is inconsistent with a state regulation or a state law, we get to the point where we say, okay, this meets all applicable. There's no reason we can't issue this permit. We are compelled to issue this permit by state law. Then we go before we have a peer review committee of our geologists, of our engineers, and we do one more exhaustive check of everything in the permit. Once we get to that point and we find nothing else wrong and the applicant and their consultants have answered all questions, we go to our division director and we have a sit-down meeting with them, and we say, we are asking to go out for 45 days of public comment. We are going to make a tentative decision to issue this permit. We also can make tentative decisions to deny a permit. But when we go out to approve a permit, we're going out for 45 days of public comment. That 45 days of public comment involves also usually a public hearing. Any citizen can call a public hearing for any time. In most cases, the division, out of abundance of caution, will actually call that public hearing on the front end. And in that public hearing usually occurs somewhere in the middle of that 45 public comment period. Once we receive all public comments, we take some time to address all those public comments. If we receive any technical comments that show that anything was outside of state regulations or state law, we go back to the applicant for corrections or possibly even denial or even a new public hearing with a new round of public comments if something substantial had changed. After all that is done and all public comments are answered, then we issue the permit for either the new landfill or the expansion of the landfill. This is something that we teach landfill operators across the state. Once or twice a year, we hold annual trainings. This is your basic anatomy of a landfill. For those of you who don't deal with landfills every day, I thought it would be useful to give a basic refresher of what a Class 1 landfill is. Anatomy of a landfill from the bottom to the top. At the bottom of the landfill is a prepared subgrade. In the state of Tennessee, you have to have a separation of groundwater from 5 to 10 feet, depending upon the permeability of your underlying soils. And so that's a low permeability, 5 to 10 foot geologic buffer separation from groundwater tables. Above that, you're going to have compacted soils or possibly a geosynthetic clay liner. But in general, you're going to have 2 feet of very, very low permeability, impervious clays compacted to a very high specification. On top of that, you're going to have a geomembrane. That's your plastic liner on top of that. On top of that, you're going to have your leachate collection piping on top of that liner. That's the piping to collect any water that percolates through the landfill, where that is pumped out and sent to appropriate treatment center before being discharged to a POTW or somewhere else. On top of that, you're going to have a leachate collection layer and then a protective cover. Then on top of all that, that's when you start placing your waste. On top of your waste, every 14 days to 30 days, you're going to put 1 foot of intermediate cover. Then you're going to put 6 inches of daily cover at the end of every operational day. Then once you fill up your entire landfill, you are going to close your landfill. You're going to close your landfill by basically making the top the same permeability as the bottom. You're going to zip it up in a Ziploc bag. You're going to put a membrane on the top. You're going to put low permeability soils. You're going to put a vegetative layer, topsoil, and close that thing off so that rainwater sheds over the top and does not percolate through, basically indefinitely sealing that landfill up. And then eventually the leachate collection inside starts to draw down to a trickle as rainwater and other water ceases to infiltrate it. Quick overview of some of the requirements of a Tennessee landfill. Location restrictions. There are location restrictions for all landfills, 200 feet from jurisdictional waters, 100 feet from property lines, 500 feet from residences, any appurtenances, scale houses, anything of that nature. You have to be 50 scale house right up on top of the property boundary. We all tell our landfills to be invisible as much as you can, be invisible from your neighbors. Like I said before, you have to have a composite liner. Composite liner is very important. The sum of the composite liner is greater than either of the individual components. You've got a plastic liner, then you've got the compacted clay. Those things combined together create pretty much impervious surface. No water can percolate through that landfill when designed and operated and constructed in accordance with that landfill permit. Water that enters that landfill stays in that landfill until pumped out. And that leads to the leachate collection system. Again, leachate is water that comes in contact with waste. All Class 1 facilities generate landfill gases. Methane and carbon dioxide are the two major components, usually about a 50-50 ratio. Those landfill gases have to be managed. Decomposition of waste produces landfill gas. All modern landfills have a air pollution permit that controls those emissions, usually sent to be flared off or collected or repurposed. We also check for gas migration out of the laterally out of the landfill. Gas likes to travel the path of least resistance, sometimes like through groundwater conduits and stuff. So we're always checking to make sure gas isn't migrated off-site. Operational practices, you have to control odor. You have to control vectors. You have to control litter. You have to control access. That's all wrapped up in your operations manual of how you operate your landfill. Groundwater monitoring requirements, I already mentioned that earlier. You have to essentially have a leak detection system on that landfill. All landfills have their groundwater monitored at least twice a year, usually more often than that. You have to have corrective action provisions. So if something goes wrong with your landfill, you have to have corrective action. It has to be remediated. Orders are issued. Things have to be brought back to a regulatory standard. And then you have your closure post-closure care requirements. As mentioned, landfills have to be cared for 30 years after closure, and then they have to have a looser custodial care plan for 50 years after that, for a total of 80 years of state oversight. And then you have to have financial assurance. If you default on your landfill, it must not be the burdens of the taxpayers to take care of that landfill. There must be independent financial assurance to close that landfill and a performance bond in place to make sure that that landfill is not ever an environmental issue for the state. Next, switching topics. I don't know if it's appropriate now to ask if there's any questions on the permit of landfills before I switch topics onto processing and recycling.
I think it's a good idea to stop and see if we have any questions. Chairman Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Lytle. So how many permits have you had, out of curiosity, in the last year or two?
Well, class 1, 2, and 3, we've had an abundance of expansions.
Okay.
I think it's been said in here before that it's been a long time since we've had a new class 1 municipal solid waste landfill, many, many years. We are generally just expanding the landfills we have done, but we are generally doing, I'm going to make a guess here, that we are doing approximately 8 expansions a year that require a full permit.
Okay. One more follow-up. The permitting process is pretty extensive, as we all heard. I mean, has your department, y'all have any suggestions on maybe how to streamline that or simplify that, or?
Well, I think our regulatory standards are based upon the Resource Conservation Recovery Act, first enacted in 1976. Subtitle D came out in the early 90s. Our state regulations and permit process mirror those minimum federal standards pretty accurately to the most part. So as an approved state program, we have to be as stringent as the federal program. While it seems like a long process, the department, I believe, myself, feel that the abundance of caution in permitting landfills is completely needed, because once waste is placed in the ground, there's no do-over. It's impossible to fix something if done inaccurately. So the peer review, the back and forth, the notice of deficiencies, while it is sometimes burdensome and takes time, I think for protecting state resources and protecting state water, I've always found the process to work very well.
I appreciate your notion that landfills need to be invisible.
Yeah,
That's not always the case.
yeah,
But
we have I have well-run landfills that get complaints because they're in the wrong place, and I have
Okay.
some landfills that aren't as well-run occasionally that I never hear about because they're just invisible.
So I'll yield to other members here.
Anyone else? Mr. Hastings?
I think you stated that you have to have a 6-inch cover daily. What do you do for landfills that are open 24 hours a day?
So landfills do have to have posted operating hours. To change their operating hours, those require a minor modification of the permit. I do not know of a class 1 facility that is open 24 hours a day. I do know that there's occasional times for large capacity landfills that they are open quite late. But even in the late evenings, they need to lay down 6 inches of barrier soil and then peel that back the next morning. It is a point of contention in operations. It's a point of contention for our state inspectors to make sure that they abide by that. We do know of cases, and we have issued violations for that not being followed.
Ms. Barrett?
Thank you. Thank you for that detailed presentation thus far. I have 2 clarifying questions. First of all, in part of your presentation, you mentioned new landfills and lateral expansions. State law doesn't differentiate what an expansion is, whether it's lateral or horizontal. So why is that included in your presentation? Expansion is an expansion.
Specifically for the timeframes I invoked up there, the 270 days. The 270 days applies to something that requires a hydrogeologic review, which requires new acreage. I'm aware of the subject matter you're alluding to, and but that was because this included the hydrogeologic investigation there. All these steps here for the part 2, I know would apply to contour revisions, I would say. But beyond that, I really can't comment.
And then you mentioned the financial responsibility that's required. I seem to recall that there was at least one landfill, and I think that was Benton, that ended up defaulting, and it became a liability of the state.
Mm-hmm.
In our history, how many other landfills have not had that financial responsibility or liability in place or sufficient enough, and we as a state have incurred expenses because of its failure or its lack of funding?
Yeah, in the history of the now solid waste branch, but in the former division of solid waste management, there are approximately 5 known what we call orphan landfills that for one reason or another had a default and had to be closed with state assistance. Not all of those exceeded financial assurance on file. There was the one in Benton County there where the closure cost exceeded, and we have made, I think, great internal corrections. We've gone through our portfolio of all landfills, either active or in post-closure, and we have beefed up numbers across the state to, as I mentioned, in excess of, in every case, $200,000+ an acre to ensure that we have modern, correct, with inflation factors and everything. So I feel confident today that in all major landfills are going to have sufficient financial assurance, but we've recognized that state dollars were used on some, and we're made programmatic corrections.
Good question, good clarification. I know y'all have a lengthy presentation, so we'll let you get back to that, and then we'll have some more questions in a little bit. Oh, okay, one clarification, Mr. Hastings.
On your answer on the cover a few minutes ago, do you have inspectors that come out at night?
We do, normally our inspectors are making inspections during operating hours, but if we receive a citizen's complaint or anybody's complaint, and we have reason to believe that we will instruct our inspectors to show up either early AM. I've had inspectors out there at 4 or 5 AM, or we have them go out in the evening. We'll often find an inspector that lives close by and have them do it.
So you have to have a complaint before you go out and do this?
If we're only going to conduct inspections during normal business hours, but if we have probable cause, and we do encourage to contact myself, contact Environmental Field Office if there's some case out there, and we will conduct inspections at other times.
Because if you don't get that cover on there, you're going to get odor coming off of that landfill.
Daily cover provides fire suppression, provides odor control, provides vector control, provides some limited ability to shed storm and rainwater as well. So it's very important to have that.
Thank you.
Very good points. Chairman Grills? You turn your own
I'm not used to being in control.
manual today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the leachate problems, I mean, obviously technology is constantly improving. What are we seeing as far as new techniques in safening of those processes?
Yeah, great point. One of the things that our landfills in the state of Tennessee have seen from the economic point of view is difficulty in finding places to take their leachate. So that is a topic that's out there. That's across the whole United States for landfills. Landfills, leachates are very diverse, high chlorides, high ammonia levels, some things that the local POTW in their local permit aren't capable of handling. So we do see landfills having to transport their leachate sometimes long distances to other POTWs or treatment centers rather. Many landfills will actually have their own pre-treatment centers where they'll pre-treat their leachate to get to a level so that the local utilities can then handle it. We've also seen in the state of Tennessee some leachate evaporation projects where they basically evaporate off of the water until they have a solid, and they'll put those solids back in the landfill. So that has been, and that's very, very expensive to do, which shows you how difficult it has been. But there's always a solution out there. It's just price, like everything. It's just price for the landfill to build that into their economics so that they can treat that leachate. But not treating leachate and not pumping leachate is never an excuse. They must always, you can never have more than 12 inches of head on that bottom liner any time. We check that during every single inspection, and there's no tolerance for any deviation of that.
As far as the liner in the bottom, as far as the effectiveness of it, of capturing everything, how effective are they?
I know of no modern composite liner, subtitle D landfill in the state of Tennessee that has a known leak in its liner.
Okay, well, that's very good. And one last question here. You said 5 years from the permitting process, from the start to the end.
Mhm.
Where did that take place? Because every time I've heard anyone talk about a permitting process, that's never been a number. It's always been at least double that.
Mhm. Well, so the permitting process, in reality, a permitting process in my house generally takes about a year. But we tell as a rule of thumb, when we're educating the applicants, we're just telling them always plan 5 years in the future in case your site isn't suitable, there's a technical problem, you cannot gain local approval. Always have a long-term plan beyond 5 years.
So you're telling me that someone starts today and in 5 years, they'll be able to be up and operational if everything were to work right?
If somebody had, is the question if somebody had like a virgin site, a greenfield somewhere and wanted to start a landfill, if they wanted to start that landfill, they should plan 5 to 10 years out.
Okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah.
Because you may not get local approval. It may not be suitable.
Okay.
And I think one of the components to keep in mind here is you have landfill consultants, and they're responsible for all of that front end work, the geologic studies, all those things. And if that's not hit, if they're not on point with that, that's going to push your timeline well out. That's where you're going to get off base a lot of times.
I just don't want anything that we have control over as the General Assembly to be a holdup in this process. We need to change some of the laws or streamline some of the laws to make sure the process is not, a quagmire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think y'all did a great job describing the time processes that you already have in place and the pause button. If you have somebody, as you indicated, didn't do 100% of what needed to be presented, then you have to push the pause button, get them to respond, get you the information you need, and then start the clock again. So I think it's it's probably as efficient process as you can have with the public input and public comment, public notices, all of those things in place. So, all right, we'll go ahead. Okay, Ms. Barrett.
Just one follow-up question. On your groundwater monitoring requirements, are those self-reporting, or does the state go out and conduct those two minimum annually?
So all landfills will have a third-party consultant that will sample landfills. The state does not do, unless it's needed. We have on occasion gone out. It's rare, but we have gone out and done our own sampling. But in general, each landfill will have a third-party specialty consultant firm that will go into those wells, send those to an independent lab. All that's certified, verified by third party, sent to us, and then I've never seen any indication ever of somebody doing any fraudulent activity on those.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, proceed with your presentation.
So yeah, let's change the topic. In our program, we permit landfills, but we also permit solid waste processors, those that do something or manipulate solid waste first before it goes for disposal or other purposes. We also permit transfer stations, convenience centers, tire storage facilities, land application, beneficial use, all kinds of things. It was asked to present a short item of what the state stance on permitting recycling operations and solid waste processors. So that takes us to two different buckets. We've got a solid waste processing facility. That is something we call a permit by rule. It's a much more simpler permit than a landfill. It's essentially a small nominal fee. and a couple state forms and some responses to how you're going to comply with state criteria, basic operational standards, maybe some schematics of your facility. No two solid waste processors are alike, so their middle really curtails to what it is you're trying to accomplish. But a solid waste processor is a process that modifies the properties of solid waste. That would be like a leachate, independent leachate evaporator or leachate treatment center would be solid waste processing. Somebody who had an operation that ground up C&D waste for volume reduction, that would be solid waste processing. On the flip side of that, we've got recovered material processing facilities. Material processing facilities, it's in statute in Part 8, 68-11 Part 8. There's a definition that says recovered materials are items that, I'll paraphrase, I think I've got the definition on another slide, but they are items that have been separated from the solid waste stream for recovery. And those things, it specifically says that recovered materials are not a solid waste. And being in the solid waste program, if something's not in a solid waste, then it's not directly regulated by me. So what we do with those is if you are a recovered material processing facility, which includes almost all recycling operations, you are exempt from permitting. You don't need to pay a fee. You are exempt from permitting, but what in legitimate recycling, that you're not engaging in speculative accumulation, and that if you are dealing in something that has negligible value, let's say you're a tire processor, you're grinding up tires for tire dry fuel, or grinding up tires for playground material, or you're doing shingles, you're grinding up shingles for road beds or something. Well, those materials traditionally have a price to deal with. So in those cases, if the value of your commodity is less than the value of your output, and we have some forms that you fill out to prove that, then we make you do post financial assurance so that we're not cleaning up tire dumps across the state or whatever your product is. If you're dealing in normal common curbside commodities, or if you're a metal scrapper where metal always has value, then we don't worry ourselves with the financial assurance component, because there's no risk to state dollars to clean you up. You've got a long legacy of being legitimate. But yeah, that legitimate recycling is something we take very seriously. I think everybody that gets into these fringe recycling operations have the best of intentions, but then they take the material and then economics weigh in and they have a hard time getting rid of it. They get it over their heads, and next thing you know, I've got a pile of whatever material it is out in the middle of a field, and then they disappear, and we have to clean it up. Therefore, we want financial assurance to protect state dollars. I've got several slides on this topic, but that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Do note that the Jackson Law does apply. If you do meet the designation of a solid waste processor, Jackson Law does apply if you're in a jurisdiction, a municipality or a county that does have the Jackson Law. Jackson Law does say that it applies to solid waste processing for disposal, and that's been universally interpreted as pretty much all solid waste processing permits need Jackson Law, which has been a stumbling block for many projects that maybe aren't even on anybody's radar.
Can you explain that just a little bit more? Hit that point just a little bit more.
Yeah,
Because
so-
you used the word disposal at the end of your definition. So
That's that. I'll let probably Denard get into the finer points of that. I believe that's in his presentation. But if somebody wants to manipulate a solid waste for volume reduction, to do something else with it before disposal, they can, depending upon whether they're considered recovered materials or not, they can trip that Jackson Law, and there have been projects stopped by that. There's within your presentation here, I'll let everybody on their own time look at this flow chart. And that's pretty much what I've covered before. With that, any questions on recycling, solid waste processing, permit by rules, any other solid waste issues?
yes, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. This has been a great presentation, and I think probably for me and Scott, as we're retiring finally, TDEC has, after 40 years of environmental law practice, putting everything under one tent is really brilliant, and I think it's better for the taxpayer, it's better for the practitioner, it's better for the end result. So that coordination is really welcome, and that's that it will continue to be a good thing. Two questions with respect to the 5 years or 10 years or however the timeline works out. There's some, I guess, some outlier disruptions like legal challenges that you have less control over than what's in-house. Are you seeing more of that or less of that?
I believe, I would say there are more. I've been with TDEC Solid Waste for over 20 years now, and I've definitely seen more legal challenges recently.
Okay, so that, I mean, that can account for an infinite amount of time that is sort of out of your, as you're recognizing.
Yeah, I process the permit per the regulations until I'm told to stop, and then I stop and I work on something else.
Yeah. And the other thing on your last slide where you've got the treatment facilities versus recovery facilities, do you run into the problem where you get a rogue treatment facility that's really becomes a TSDF? I mean, that things stay there longer than they're supposed to?
We've not had many issues with our solid waste process and permit by rules facilities giving us much grief. The problems that we're seeing are mainly with speculative accumulation of material at fringe recycling operations. That's where we're seeing the problems. But for those people with permit by rules that are inspected 4 times a year, that have financial assurance, they're mostly in good order. They're in good order.
They're turning that material every 90 days or at some required timeline.
Yeah, the way we do our financial assurance is I don't regulate how big anybody can be, but in their initial narrative, they dictate to me their maximum storage potential, and they oftentimes diagram it out. And then we give that to our inspectors, and we say, if you go out there and it looks different than this, let us know, and we'll either issue an enforcement action or we will up the amount of financial assurance that we have.
Okay, so more than scientific wild guesses.
Yeah, we get into a lot of internal guesses of first in, first out accounting and stuff, but ultimately, is the pile bigger or less than they said it was going to be?
Thank you.
Are there any others before we move on to the next section? Okay, thank you. Y'all proceed. I'm not sure if we want 2 lawyers sitting that close to each other in the same room, but okay, go ahead.
Good morning, members. My name is Denard Mickens. I'm one of the attorneys with TDEC, primarily with the Division of Land Protection. Excuse me. And I'm going to speak today about local approval, both via the Jackson Law as well as Part 8. Okay. Let's see if I don't mess something up. Okay, so just as a baseline, I think I'm pretty sure everybody on the panel in particular already knows or is familiar with the Jackson Law. But the Jackson Law stems from was passed in the late 80s. During the 1980s, there was a concern with public concern over the limitations of local approval into the siting of disposal facilities. And so June 2nd, 1989, that's an important date. That's when the General Assembly passed the Jackson Law. It's named for Representative Doug Jackson of Dixon County. And so, just short of 40 years at this point. But it allows, the Jackson Law is optional, but it allows counties and municipalities to opt in to require local approval before a landfill can be sited in that county or municipality. There's a quote from a Tennessee Attorney General opinion on this slide, but just says that the purpose of Part 7, so it's Tennessee Code Annotated 68-211-701 and following, but it's the purpose was to allow counties that did not have zoning restrictions to be able to have a say in whether a disposal facility would be in their locale. Now, on this slide, we've got like a brief timeline of the Jackson Law. As pointed out, so Title 68, Chapter 211, Part 7, that was in 1989, that emphasized local control and public participation. And then a couple of years after that is the Solid Waste Management Act of 1991, and that is Title 68, Chapter 211, Part 8. And so that was what created the regional solid waste planning boards. And so the purpose of the Solid Waste Management Act was to have a more holistic or statewide approach, and originally was going to replace the Jackson Law, and we'll get into that. But as written, the Jackson Law was going to expire. And so in 1996, we have Attorney General opinion that confirmed that Part 8 did not replace the Jackson Law as originally intended. And then it confirmed an exemption for facilities that existed on or before June 2nd, 1989. So as I pointed out earlier, that's kind of an important date. If your facility was in existence, and the existence is also very, metaphysical. If we worry about what's exist, but if your facility was in existence before June 2nd, 1989, courts have found that it is exempt from the Jackson Law, and that and one of those cases is also cited there, the Profil Development versus Dills, and that is a Tennessee Court of Appeals case from 1997. And then, just again, confirming Jackson Law did not expire. And then the 2013 amendment to the Jackson Law also added that there is an application of the Jackson Law when a facility moves, upscales their class. So I think Nick had talked about class 1s, class 2s, class 3s. If you have a class 3 facility, which is construction and demolition waste, if you wanted to then upscale that to accept municipal solid waste, that would be subject to Jackson Law approval. You couldn't go because it's hard. It's changing the waste. It's changing the character. Most likely changing the amounts, and the local citizenry needs to be able to weigh in on that. As I mentioned before, as originally enacted, Jackson Law, or sometimes referred to as Part 7, contained a provision that said that, I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly, the act will remain effective until the approval and effective implementation of the plan as set forth in the Senate bill and House bill were enacted, or June 30th, 1991, whichever shall occur first. So Jackson Law was intended to be temporary when originally passed. But then in 1991, I guess as the time got close, the General Assembly pushed it out to 1994. And then in 1994, they pushed it out to 1995. And then in 1995, they amended Part 7 again to remove the expiration clause altogether. So since 1995, the Jackson Law has been safe from expiration. Getting into provision, so this is Tennessee Code and Section 68-211-707, and that is local adoption of the Jackson Law. So again, as I mentioned before, the Jackson Law is optional. In order to opt in, the local government, county or municipality must put it on the agenda and have a vote, and then it would have to pass by a 2/3 vote to opt in. And then the 2013 amendment, again, added the section about changing the class of the facility. And so if the local government wanted to opt into that provision, then in 2013, after that, they would have to, if they had already adopted it, they would have to re-adopt Jackson Law to opt into that particular provision. And then since I've been with TDEC, I've never seen it happen, but I think a municipality could vote to opt out of the Jackson Law once already opted in. I've been here as long as Nick, but I've never seen it. Okay, and here we have a map showing what we think are the Jackson Law counties and cities, the folks that have opted in as of today. Okay. And so the Jackson Law process, as Nick had explained, once you submit your application, you would also submit that application to the local government if they've opted into Jackson Law. The local government will then be responsible for providing a public notice and a minimum of a 30-day public comment period. And generally, I think it does happen, but if requested, they could also hold a public hearing. Then the local government shall approve or disapprove the landfill by vote within 30 days after the public notice and hearing. Any appeals would be heard in the local chancery court, so in that county. And then at TDEC, a Jackson Law challenge is a hard stop as far as the processing of a permit. So if you haven't shown that you are following the Jackson Law, or there's an appeal of that determination, then it has stopped at that point until that is figured out or determined in a different, like through litigation. Okay. So in the statute, there are certain criteria that the local government is supposed to consider. And so you see the list here on this slide, but the type of waste, how you're going to handle the waste or dispose of the waste, projected impact from noise and odor, impact on property values, road and bridge adequacy, economic impacts to the city or the county, compatibility with development and zoning, and then also, of course, public health, safety, and welfare. So these are the things that the local government is required under the statute to consider. And at this point, that's sort of like the end of the slides about the Jackson Law. I know I covered a lot. So if there's any questions, if now would be an appropriate time to stop.
I have one clarification I wanted to ask about. So one of the first slides you showed the Jackson Law. It showed the Attorney General's opinion that listed the purpose of it and to what the intent was. And I believe you said that it was for local governments that did not have zoning ordinances. So then you showed the slide with all the ones that have opted in for Jackson Law. So should I assume that all of that orange on that map, all of those counties and cities do not have local zoning ordinances?
No, I don't think that you could assume that. I think that since I know that opinion was from 1996, and I think that there's been a lot of moving parts since then. I know that since I've been at TDEC, I know many counties and municipalities have since opted into the Jackson Law, and so I think it may be. I don't think you can assume just because they have opted in that they don't have zoning as well.
With that opinion being closer to the legislation being passed, I would think that's fairly reliable. But so I didn't know if it only applies. Has that ever been a point brought to the department, or that you guys have considered that the Jackson Law should really only apply to local governments that do not have zoning?
Stephanie Derman, Deputy General Counsel. The statute as it stands now does not say that. So the Tennessee Attorney General opinion actually came from the Profil case. I think it was a quote, or Profil cited that because thinking the order of it. But we have to follow the statute as it's written now. So I really think the question of whether Jackson Law and local zoning should be, dual levels of review is really a policy question for those of you who've actually been elected to office.
Okay, so it wasn't really, it's not spelled out in the law that way, but it was interpreted in that case that it would only apply to that. Okay.
Correct.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. Chairman Reeves?
Thank you. Appreciate, Denard, appreciate the presentation on that. The Jackson Law is a pretty big deal. Some counties out there like mine in Rutherford County nowadays, but obviously it's named after a Tennessee legislator. It's the Jackson Law. When you talk to your colleagues in states that are around us and other places, I mean, do they have other models, different things, better ideas, worse ideas? I'm assuming, does everyone have their own version of Jackson laws? Do you know?
We've done, we're always looking at our neighbors to figure out how they're permitting things different from us. Other states, I think it's known, have boards and different review processes. I've not seen or encountered another Region 4. Well, Region 4 is the southeastern states and EPA. I've not seen another Region 4 state that had something that looked like the Jackson Law. But they have other committees that negotiate host fee agreements and things of that nature. And
Ms. Tracy?
Pertaining to the Jackson Law, at what stage during the process can that be implemented? Can he do it at the very last minute, just before the 30-day notice goes in?
it's in my permitting history, we have known it to be, it can be enacted at any time up to the tentative permit decision, meaning the beginning of the 45-day public comment period. Once the division or the director, the commissioner makes that tentative decision, then and goes out for public comment, we know that to be the deadline. So if the question is it possible to submit, let's say, a hydrogeologic report, have that under review, and then midstream to enact the Jackson Law, we know that can't happen.
Thank you.
Ms. Barrett?
This is just for clarification for our members. As those of us that have served understand what happens as legislation matures. They've mentioned the sunset dates for Jackson Law. That's not uncommon. We have very many committees. Tennessee State Election Commission has a sunset clause, as do many other commissions in state government. Those are hard stops for reviews of those committees, and those can be expanded or done away with completely. So this is not unique to this entity, that it has had a sunset clause that's gotten expanded or done away with completely.
Well, sunset clause is a little bit different than an expiration date, and most of those are organizations, committees, agencies, departments, all of those have sunset clauses. So this just had kind of an expiration date that kept getting extended and then put indefinitely, which most laws are indefinite, I would say, to your point. Mr. Thomas?
Thank you for your presentation. It's been very helpful. Would it be fair for me to say that, based on what you've told us, that at least the original legislative intent of the Jackson Law was to help fill the gap for lack of zoning, and it anticipated something like the regional boards being put in place, and that regional plans would be developed that would involve opportunities for local input into the siting of landfills, because there was some language that you showed us that it expected some new legislation that would create that structure, which did happen a few years later, right? And so I'm making it too hard for you, but is that a fair assessment of I realize that the expiration date kept getting changed, so maybe the legislative intent may have changed, but the original legislative intent Is that a fair summary?
Well, with the caveat that, I'm not 100% sure and I haven't, looked into all of the legislative history of what kept changing. But as enacted, it does seem that the initial impetus was, hey, we're going to fill this gap and then we're going to look at this more regionally. Because there's another part of the statute where they have development districts and they have already like separated those out as like a certain number. And so, it seems like that was maybe kind of on the minds of the legislators when they were doing this.
Right. And so the regional plans structure came about and maybe it wasn't everything that it was supposed to be, at least at the time the Jackson Law was passed, and it seems like the expiration date kept getting changed because of that. But it sounds to me like the regional planning system was supposed to provide, among other things, the regional planning and the opportunity for local input into the siting of landfills. So.
Yeah, Jeremy Hooper. I was just going to piggyback off what Nick said. We'd be happy to get back with y'all on sort of a description of other states and their local approval processes. Because he's right that it varies, but we'd be happy to provide some follow up.
I think it would be great to know, especially comparable states from whatever parameters you want to use there. Chairman Grills?
There I am waiting again for you to tell me to talk.
Got to drive a stick today.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So, and I appreciate the presentation a lot. It's very eye-opening, and I've known some of it, and I've relearned it and re-remembering it. But as the Jackson Law the process takes place, is there does the county have to have, or the local have to have a reason to turn a permit down, or can they just say, hey, we don't want it?
So, as I think one of the slides, and we can go back if we need to, but there is an enumerated list of factors that the county or the municipality is supposed to look at. But that within those factors, and if you don't mind, I can go back.
Please.
Okay. So the approval. So this is sort of like the metes and bounds of what the county. So when the county gets together, they say we've got this application. These are the things they're looking at. But when you look at this list, there's a lot of reasons why somebody might say this doesn't fit with what we want, right? Like, so it does give some, and I think the hypothetical was, I just don't want it. But I think that the list of approval, that talks about economic impacts to the city and the county, all of those factors are things that could definitely fit in that box.
So if a permit meets all those requirements and the criteria, which I know some of that is subjective, and then are they going to get approved at that point?
So, before I came to TDEC, I did, I worked for a different state agency that did personal licensure. And so we were always taught that Tennessee is a shall issue state, right? Like, so if you meet all of the factors, you pay your fees, and you meet everything. I think we're supposed to issue issue that permit. So I think if someone put in an application, they did all of those things, I think they would get a permit.
Jeremy, yeah.
To be clear, so Denard's talking about like if it meets all of our requirements for TDEC. Were you asking
The locals.
Yeah. So just wanted to clarify.
Can I jump in there?
Please.
So obviously those are political bodies and they will vote in the way that they vote. But for those of you who are not attorneys in the room, on the prior slide, it did say that the Chancery Court has de novo review, which means that when it goes to court, the court will examine all of the factors independently, irrespective of the decision that had made by that local governing body.
Okay, so there would be no reason for the local. They can discriminate as much as they want to, but then the courts would decide if that was legit or not. That's the way I'm kind of understanding that.
I'd say that's a fair summation, yes.
Yeah. Okay, now as we go to the county that enacts Jackson Law, and then they say we have this facility that wants to come into the community. And then they say no, is that community required to, in any portion, whenever they enact Jackson Law, to operate within inside that confines of that government, required to have a real plan to handle their solid waste? Or do they, because it's really easy to say no to everything, but you still have a problem that you have to deal with. And I believe we're seeing a lot of that when people say, well, we don't want it, but we're not willing to deal with what we have. And that's where a passion of mine really gets under my skin, to be honest with you, if you can't tell.
Yeah, yes, sir. Well, so that's a good segue into part 8, the regional boards, because that is under part 8 under state law as of right now, and so that's Tennessee Code Annotated 68-211-801. So it's particularly 814 requires that the regions come up with a regional plan to handle like the waste in that region. And as you'll see, we'll talk about that. And I think there's ways that can be made better. And so we'll talk about that in just a second.
And my last question, if you have a piece, you have a landfill that's up and operational before 1989, so it's grandfathered in, and then they decide that they buy a piece of property adjacent to it and they want to expand it, is that new property required to have Jackson Law approval before it can actually, the expansion can take place?
Yeah, the historical interpretation is that if the initial facility under the initial permit number existed before June 2nd, 1989, that all lateral expansions of that facility were also protected.
Even if the property was bought after 1980? Okay.
That has been the interpretation.
Thank you for that.
So just to go on with your point, that would be if it's just a lateral expansion, not an upclass.
Correct. So, if a landfill existed as 5 acres in 1989, and then present day bought 40 acres around it and did a lateral horizontal expansion onto that, then that initial exemption would hold forward.
Okay. So, and the other thing underneath that is still confusing me. The question that I hear being batted back and forth here is what counties or municipalities are eligible to invoke the Jackson Law? I mean, is that still just out there in the ozone?
Yeah, I think anybody, that goes back to the earlier question about zoning or not having zoning. In practice, if somebody submits a resolution with a 2/3 vote that they have enacted Jackson Law, then we, in the permitting process, allow them to go through that exercise.
It's been permissible that a county can join just by following the approval steps.
Correct.
But the question underneath that was the original intent only to apply to counties that lacked, that were bereft of zoning ordinances?
I think going back to original intent for something enacted so long ago is dangerous business.
Forgive me for using that term. Let's just say the legislative intent at the risk of being dangerous.
I mean, we have the Tennessee Attorney General opinion that we cited earlier. That's the only evidence we have right now of what the intent was at the time. But again, nothing in the statute actually says it only applies if there is no zoning.
So just permissively, it's just an open process?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hooper? Mr. Hooper? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Hastings?
I have two clarifications. Has there ever been a case in the state of Tennessee where the Jackson Law has been overridden by the courts?
Here today, I don't believe oh, okay. That is one. Good reminder. It's a Monday for me. Yeah, a volunteer regional landfill, Scott County, Tennessee. The courts did overturn that one. That was a long, long time ago.
Second follow-up question. You said you could expand a landfill prior to 1989, but prior to 1989, did they not have a overlay on their design that they presented to get a permit prior to 1989? And you're saying they can go outside the footprint without any additional approval?
I may need to defer to my counsel here, but I believe the intent of that exemption for 1989 is that the state or the local government did not know the long-term intent of that local business and its future expansion capabilities. So, the ability to deny an expansion is basically the ability to cease them from continued operation.
So there's no control on expansion horizontal?
If that facility existed as a landfill June 2nd, 1989, it's allowed to continue to operate, continue to take waste, and continue to do business and continue to expand.
But they would still have to go through a permit expansion.
Correct. That is a good point. Yes. Every expansion of a landfill requires a new permit, new public participation, new public hearings, the issuing of a new permit with new conditions.
But local authority would not have any say-so over that?
For Part 7 Jackson Law.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Thomas.
This reminded me of a point I wanted to get clarified from earlier in your presentation. As from your perspective, are vertical or height extensions, are those subject to Jackson Law approval? If you've been approved for a 5-acre cell and you want to make it go up instead of lateral?
Yeah. So the courts have ruled that Jackson Law does not apply to vertical. The recent question in hand was, does Part 8 apply?
Right.
The regional board approval, but there's a clear court case you can probably expand on that says that you have to construct lateral acreage for Jackson Law to apply.
Okay.
Ms. Barrett?
Now I got to go back and remember the thought. First of all, again, add to the discussion, there are 7 other states that have some version of Jackson Law that allow for local input into the permitting process or the siting. Tennessee is the strongest with our Jackson Law, but there are 7 others out there that exist. Now, when we talk about Jackson Law, and I know there is that push, not in my backyard type stuff, but in reality, isn't what we've created, we have a state law that the counties are responsible for their disposal, but yet we don't require it to be in their county. So now, in my mind, this Jackson Law is a safeguard to say, okay, not everybody's trash in my backyard. We all understand we have to take care of ours, and I'm speaking on behalf of Rutherford County and what we encounter. So to me, until we make it more of a requirement that the counties have their responsibility, they take care of their garbage instead of passing it on to somebody else, this Jackson Law is that stopgap to say, wait a minute, let's fully discuss what's coming in there. So we're not looking at this in an ideal world, we'd just be looking at that for that county. That's not what we're doing. So I don't want to get sidetracked in thinking that we are looking at those in that pure of a situation, because it's a little more complicated and ugly and trashy than that.
Very good points. All right. I think we can have more discussion on this later for sure, but if y'all want to continue on with your presentation.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up, Representative Grills, what you were saying about if someone says we don't want it here, but they don't have a plan to manage their waste, we're seeing where facilities have been denied expansions recently, where we have a massive increase in complaints to illegal dumping going on. So just to your point, when we don't have facilities to manage waste, people are going to put it where it's convenient and not where it's in a protected manner, right? So that just speaks kind of to what you were talking about.
Chairman Grills.
And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I understand too that I believe Nashville here, they have a zero solid waste by 2030. I mean, the politicians here in Nashville, I don't know where they get their information. I don't know how they make their decisions. But that's not even believable. And I feel like that thought process is moved out across the state in other areas. And I do agree, though, we don't. Well, let's just let y'all continue on with y'all's presentation.
I am glad you made that point. And Chairman Grills, I thought you might be referencing you've had some issues in your district specifically with illegal dumping that has created a lot of problems.
I've had issues in my own farm where you can't even get into the field because of the illegal dumping. We've got a farm that we've had to bring the sheriff out there and start getting people served because there's so much dumping taking place. And I'm in an area where we have a lot of access. I can only imagine what it's like in one of these highly populated areas.
Thank you all for that.
Okay. So the next slide is talking about Part 8, or like I said, Tennessee Code Annotated Section 68-211-801 to 816. And so this part of the statute established was seeking to establish a statewide framework for solid waste planning. So the big part, so it created Tennessee's regional solid waste planning system, established regional solid waste planning areas, required regional needs assessments, required 10-year solid waste plans, created the regional solid waste boards, and then is supposed to shift focus from individual landfill decisions to long-term regional planning. And so the legislative goal was to ensure Tennessee maintains adequate disposal capacity and promote coordination among regions. Okay, so then just a quick timeline. As we talked about a little bit earlier, 1991 is when the Solid Waste Management Act of 1991 passed. And then between 1995 and 2004, so there's planning requirements were refined. The regions were required to periodically update their plans. The annual progress report, or APR, was added. And then in 2021, there was a new public chapter added that clarified the regional review process for new facilities and expansions. It required public hearings, required written findings by the regional boards, established a 90-day decision deadline, and then limited situations of denials to where the proposal is inconsistent with the approved regional solid waste plan. And then I think 2026, the chairman both talked about this one, but it establishes a state policy to ensure there's enough landfill capacity for waste that cannot be recycled or recovered, requires each region to create an update, and that's an important step, the 10-year solid waste plan, detailing how waste will be managed and disposed of, directs TDEC to promulgate those rules, and then TDEC has to approve or disapprove the plan. And this is a big point as well, because I even working at TDEC, that would stood out to me, but there's only 8 multi-county boards consisting of only of 34 counties, and then 61 counties operate as single county boards. And it was kind of, as we discussed, Part 8 was designed to be regional. I know that there's no can't force them, but that's like the encouragement. And then I guess here's just another look at those municipal solid waste regions. that we have right now. And then just to kind of talk about the boards, thank you for your patience. So it's 5 to 15 members, just has to be an odd number. They're appointed by the county and the participating municipal mayors within the region. There's supposed to be at least one member from each county. The municipalities that provide solid waste collection or disposal services must be represented. Governing bodies, mayors, county, and municipal officers may be appointed to the board. They're supposed to reflect the different interests in solid waste management, and then appointments approved by the legislative or governing bodies of the counties. So what is the regional board's function? There's to develop the 10-year solid waste management plan, and that will outline how they're going to achieve disposal capacity and collection, 25% reduction in waste, and that was from the base year of 1995, solid waste education, and then other aspects of an integrated solid waste management system. Another important point is that the regional plans must be consistent with the state plan. And then you also have to submit your APR, your annual progress report, to TDEC, and then review or approve or deny a solid waste management facility application to expand or develop. And that's sort of like the big raison d'etre. So the approval process. If a regional has an approved plan, then an applicant is supposed to submit a copy of their application to the board at or before the same as it's submitted to TDEC. The regional board will then provide public notice, conduct a public hearing, and they have to render a decision within 90 days of the complete application. And that goes back to a point that was raised earlier as far as like hitting the pause button, because sometimes you don't have a complete application. So you can't just run out the clock. The board can stop the clock to make sure that they have everything that they need. And then the decision that is made has to be based on whether this proposal is consistent with your approved plan. And if denied and not appealed, then TDEC can only process the permit if it determines that the denial was arbitrary and capricious. And then there's a court case that's cited here just for because the question had come up, well, what if the regional board missed the 90 days? There's a court case from 2003 where the Tennessee Court of Appeals said it's a hard 90 days. Like if there's no reason to hit that pause button, if you miss that 90 days, then the regional board, they don't get a say anymore. And the difference between in Part 8 and Part 7 is that if there's an appeal, the appeal for a regional board decision comes to Davidson County. A Jackson Law appeal goes to the local county. And then any questions? Nothing else, please.
Mr. Thomas?
So I've got a question for you.
Okay.
And I realize that part of the answer is political. So I understand you won't be able to respond to that. But if a jurisdiction, a county or a city, has a zoning laws and has a reasonable and feasible regional plan, what purpose does the Jackson Law serve for that jurisdiction from your perspective?
I'm gonna thank you for your generosity and say that is political, and I can't answer that question.
But from TDEC's perspective, there's no. I mean, the other things that I just mentioned cover what you're concerned about. Is that a correct statement?
I mean, our concern is to follow the law as written. The General Assembly gives us instructions and we follow those instructions. I mean, Nick gave a very thorough presentation of our technical review of the landfills. That's what we're most concerned about. The rest of this really is political and up to those of you who are elected to decide how many layers of local approval do you think is appropriate?
Well, I appreciate that. And to your point earlier, I think that the regional plans were intended to give local input into the decision-making process, and the zoning laws are as well, as far as the appropriateness of a site in a particular location. And I think that the regional process has had serious shortcomings in the past, but maybe the legislation that just got passed is going to shore up that. And it does provide a process by which the region, which in 61 counties is the local government, to make decisions upon the appropriateness of a landfill. So if they don't want a landfill in their county, and they have adequately provided in their regional plan how they're going to handle their solid waste, a feasible, reasonable plan, they can turn that landfill down under that process. And I don't think that's an arbitrary and capricious decision. So in my mind, those two things together, zoning laws and the regional planning process, everybody wants the local government and the community to have input into the process. But I don't. But the problem with the Jackson Law, as we said before, is that it in many ways is so subjective that it can turn a facility down. And I understand that, but if every facility gets turned down across the state, we're never going to have another landfill. And maybe one day we won't need them, but we need them now. So that's my point in asking that question. So thanks.
Yeah, you're recognized, sir.
I think I want to ask this question. And I don't mean to talk politics, and you don't have to thank me for the question. But going back to what Representative Grills said about if a municipality, I won't name one, says that by 2030, they're going to completely solve or be at zero emissions, so to speak. At the regional level, when that's said by the municipality at the regional level, if that's just not reasonable, what happens then? Is it just denied? Is that arbitrary and capricious? Is it there's a difference of opinion at that point.
So when you say deny, you mean the facility, the application?
Correct. I mean,
Okay.
the slide 7, you went 7, 8, and I noticed you very quickly subliminally went away from all that to scenic rivers, but you might have to back up. But yes, if it's denied because what's being proposed is aspirational by a municipality, but just makes no sense, like Nick said, with your regulatory expertise and, the way that you scrub something to make sure that it's going to work.
Mhm.
If the irresistible force and immovable object, what happens can the region say no because it just doesn't make sense at the regional level or in the level of reality?
So I think that one of the things that we had talked about is that especially the latest public chapter from 2026, you're going to have those regional plans that have to be submitted to TDEC. There's already a requirement that the regional plan also comports with the state plan. The state plan, which we're working on now, and will be published and updated so that everybody can kind of be on the same hymnal. So they're going to, in that case, if you have your region and your plan says we are not going to have any waste by 2030, and that's not really realistic, it's not going to comport with the state plan because state plan is going to say we got to have realistic solutions. So then that plan would be denied. And then they'd have to go back to the drawing board they'd have to come up with something else.
So the imaginary
This municipality
municipality
that was unnamed is.
goes either back to the drawing board or goes to the 3-judge panel in Nashville.
Off the top of my head, I cannot remember what the,
Sorry.
yeah. Oh, no, because, but yeah.
You're talking about approval or disapproval of a regional plan at this point, right?
I think I'm talking about a little of both.
Okay.
Because
I think if we're talking about the regional plan, that may be more of a UAPA type of administrative appeal. I'm not 100% sure what the appeal process is for that.
Okay,
But if it's a approval or disapproval of an individual landfill, then it goes to Davidson County Chancery Court, and some of those questions may actually have been litigated.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the thought process here. I mean, this is what we're here for, to discover. We're asking questions, we're getting good information about the process, sharing ideas. And one question I have that at some point during the presentation that I thought about, that just hearing from different concerns and then hearing the process and the purpose of these regional boards, the so-called regional boards, has it been considered, or has any discussion behind the scenes? And again, I'm not trying to pin you down or pigeonhole you into opinion or anything, but has the thought been considered of possibly requiring or having a setup where the regional board, number one, would be truly regional, but then secondly, could they have the authority to approve a landfill that only took waste from their region? Like, is that a consideration in this whole conversation, to where a region says, part of my plan is we're gonna allow XYZ company or this county or whatever entity to site a landfill, but it's only going to accept waste from our region participants? Is that even been thought about?
I think it is certainly reasonable that you could solve the handling of solid waste on a regional basis. It makes a ton of sense, right? You have partnerships, just like you have for economic development, for managing the waste for a region. So if you think about, waste is a regional problem that requires a regional solution, it certainly makes a ton of sense. Because you could come together as a group of counties, right? As a collective, looking for a collective solution that's not just for 5 years or 10 years, but it's for 15 years, for 30 years. And I think that does make a ton of sense. We have talked about it, but certainly there are things about that we don't control and that we don't have any input on, but it does make sense.
And I think that does get in the policy realm, but again, we influence that in this task force. So I think that's, I just wanted to know if you'd had internal conversations. Ms. Stone?
To answer the other part of the question, Part 8 does have a flow control provision in it that, allows some degree of, saying where you'll take waste from. I think, and I really don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole or at all, there are questions about the validity of that under the Dormant Commerce Clause. And I'll just leave it there.
Okay.
No questions allowed on that one.
Good. Good point. Ms. Barrett?
No, you can't shut me off like that. I won't ask questions. I'll provide information. How's that? They don't have to answer anything. The flow control that has been referenced is actually allowable under 68-211-814. That is something that the regional boards have the authority to do. And the Central Tennessee Regional Board passed a resolution implementing that and should have gone into effect 3 years ago at the Middle Point landfill, or any landfill there in the region, to accept only garbage that is generated in those counties, Rutherford, Coffee, Cannon, and Warren. The operators have ignored that resolution that was passed, even though their contract says that they will abide by any new laws, regulations that are implemented after their contract was signed, and requests to have that enforced by TDEC have met with responses. Sorry, Jeremy, that TDEC just doesn't think that's the proper thing to do right now. We've been given no reason in writing, statutory reason, why not to implement the resolution that that regional board could statutorily pass.
Ms. Tracy?
I have a couple of statements. Yes, it's hard to get a landfill approved, but it gets back to the operators. And when it gets to the local level, the pushback that I see is at the local level, the local governments have no say-so with the operators. It's based all on the state. And when you've got these people that complain to these local politicians about the smell, the trash on the roads, the wearing the roads out, we've got to come up with a situation where local people have some say-so. And you won't get as much pushback when the local politicians and the local elected officials have some say-so in being able to discipline the operators. Mr. Chairman, I have put together a plan, a regional plan, that I'll be able to present it sometime. It will take a lot of the load off, and a lot of it has to do with controlling the operators. And if the operator does not own the land and the government owns the land, and they can contract back with the local government or with the state of Tennessee, you have complete more control over that operator at that time. And I've got a proposal on it whenever it's time to present that.
Thank you for that. Anyone else at this point? Okay, we're going to throw it back to TDEC for the next segment.
Okay, again, Stephanie Derman, Deputy General Counsel. I think I was asked to present on scenic rivers because most of my background is in water law, but I've been doing a lot of landfill stuff lately for some reason. And I might try to, I feel like this is maybe going longer than you intended. I might move it. No, you're good? Okay. So the Tennessee Scenic Rivers Act, or TSRA, I might refer to it as that, was adopted the same year as the National Wild and Scenic River System was adopted, 1968, which was an excellent year overall for some of us. And it was enacted to preserve certain rivers with outstanding natural, cultural, and recreational values in a free-flowing condition for the enjoyment of present and future generations. So at a national level, it was very aspirational, very timely. States were asked to create their own similar legislation. And here's where I'm comfortable talking about legislative intent, is when the General Assembly actually puts it in the language of the statute. Very comfortable with that. So they recognized that few unspoiled rivers were left in the eastern United States and felt a strong obligation to the American people to protect the remarkably beautiful ones. The Tennessee Scenic Rivers Act of 1968, Title 11, Chapter 13. It was one of the earliest state laws and is generally recognized as the first comprehensive state scenic rivers act. To date, about 32 states have some type of Scenic Rivers Act in addition to the National Wild and Scenic Rivers System. Some of the leading advocates included Drs. Leanne and William Russell, pictured here, who were scientists at Oak Ridge and did a lot of volunteer work in their free time. And of course, the elected officials and organizations you see here. Going back to legislative intent, which is at 1113-101B, the General Assembly finds that certain rivers of Tennessee possess outstanding scenic, recreational, geological, fish and wildlife, botanical, historical, archaeological, and other scientific and cultural values. And that, I'm paraphrasing now, there's been a lot of damming in Tennessee and other construction that the Scenic Rivers Act would preserve other valuable selected rivers or sections in their free-flowing natural or scenic condition and protect their water quality and adjacent lands. So I think, the name of the act, scenic, some of what you're seeing here already, a lot of what the Scenic Rivers Act is about is aesthetics and preserving, the appearance of a river in its natural state. So the segments that are protected under the Tennessee Scenic Rivers Act are adopted by statute. Originally there were 9, and then one more was added in the same year. So essentially 10 in the same year. Since 1968, the General Assembly has added the Obed, the Clinch, the Duck River, and some of its key tributaries. And you'll see that was in 3 separate pieces of legislation, including one this year, Soak Creek, and then various portions of the Hatchie River. This is just a link to the website on TDEC's page that has all the details. So there are 4 different classes of scenic rivers in Tennessee. So class 1 would be, a natural river area. So the most pristine rivers are class 1. Partially developed river areas, and then class is unique, the Olympic River areas. This is a hot off the presses map of Tennessee's scenic river system. The governor signed the most recent Duck River bill last week. So this map was updated for this presentation just last week. So in blue, you see the class 2 scenic rivers. That's a lot of, obviously, the Duck River in Middle Tennessee. Having trouble seeing the colors from here, but purple is, I think, that class 1. So that's the Hatchie. I don't know if you can see. So the little tiny black part, that's the Ocoee, that had the, Olympic rafting, rowing competitions, and then some additional sections. And all told, there are 24 scenic rivers and segments designated across Tennessee for about 850 miles and covering 35 counties. So what is TDEC's role? We administer the Tennessee Scenic Rivers Act in cooperation with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. And the statute directs us to give primary emphasis on protecting aesthetic, scenic. So again, those are high priorities in this act. How does it look? Historic, archaeologic, and scientific features of an area. No buildings for accommodation, administration, or similar purpose shall be constructed within a scenic river area. And I'll get to what a scenic river area is next, because that's a little bit confusing. Or within view of the river or parking lots and campgrounds. So again, talking about screening from the river. You can have a campground, but you're not supposed to see it when you're paddling by. And then the act authorizes TDEC to promulgate rules to implement the act. So this is getting into scenic river areas. Okay, so the General Assembly establishes segments by statute. And then TDEC is authorized to go beyond that and establish scenic river areas around those scenic river segments. So a lot of what I referred to earlier only applies to scenic river areas within boundaries. So to establish those boundaries, TDEC must do 2 things. Have an outreach program explaining, if there is private property within any proposed boundary, TDEC is required to get notarized consent from the property owner. Throughout the history of the Scenic Rivers Act, TDEC has not established any scenic river areas. Okay, so 1113.111 is where we get to land uses that are allowed or disallowed. And again, what I'm showing you on this slide applies within the exterior boundaries of scenic river areas. There are none of these. Okay, but this is what the statute would allow. So for class one, and again, remember class one is that most pristine. Within this a designated scenic river area, there could be no new roads or buildings, no mining. Logging is allowed, but has to be done in accordance with silvicultural best management practices, which it should be anyway, of course. And then for the class 2 and class 3 scenic rivers, you can continue your ongoing agricultural practices, new buildings for farm use that are compatible with the maintenance of the scenic vistas from the stream and its banks are allowed. So again, the emphasis is on what do you see from the stream if you're paddling by. But in class 2 and 3, no mining, no commercial timber harvesting. And this one is a little bit confusing, but no parallel roads within any conservation easement areas. Recreational access, so think boat launches, they are allowed, but only once every 7 miles. And then, of course, discharges and withdrawals are allowed, obviously in accordance with our rules and regulations. So I think this is the reason that you asked for this presentation for this body. So in 1990, the Scenic Rivers Act was amended, Public Chapter 1077, to address landfills. So for those class 2 scenic rivers, so if you remember on the slide, I think those were green, but the whole Duck River area is class 2. Miles of the center of a class 2 river on each side. Essentially, that's a 4-mile, area where no landfills can be permitted. In addition, if it's in an upstream county that flows into the area that's designated class 2, there's also a 2-mile prohibition. And again, here, it's helpful when the General Assembly tells us what their intent is in statute. So the intent was to protect class 2 rivers from possible pollution due to the proximity of landfills. And so statewide, the class 2 landfill prohibition covers more than 950,000 acres. And that number doesn't include those upstream counties because that was just a little bit harder to calculate. So that's why we're doing a more than. There's approximately 26.4 million acres of land in Tennessee. So this covers roughly 3.6% of the land area of Tennessee. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
The biggest part of your presentation was on the other types of class 1, 2, or class 1, 3, and 4, I guess, where you have to have a boundary set before all those parameters play out. And as you mentioned, no boundaries have ever been set, so there's really none in existence. But the class 2, is it correct that there are no boundaries to be set? It is automatic. If it has that designation, then it has this 4-mile buffer without any boundaries being set.
That is correct. The landfill prohibition applies regardless of whether TDEC establishes boundaries. TDEC also has the authority to set boundaries for those class 2 rivers to impose additional restrictions, but the landfill restriction applies regardless of whether boundaries are set.
And is that also regardless of who owns property in that 4-mile radius and whether they give permission or not? Because I know you mentioned on the others, the commissioner would have to get notarized permission before those restrictions could be put on the property, similar to what we do with conservation easements and things like that, where the landowner is a participant in that.
That is correct. The statute does not require permission for the landfill prohibition.
Any questions?
So do we have condemnation without compensation?
Well, I think people here probably know we have been sued There is a takings case pending in court right now related to the Monsanto landfill from the 2024 Duck River additional designation. That we were sued for over 200. We, the state, not TDEC, by the way, were sued for over $200 million. That case is pending. It's in discoveries. We don't know the outcome of that case, but that would be the way that a takings claim would be addressed.
Chairman Grills?
And to follow up on what she just said, that law was passed in this room right here in the committee based upon false testimony. We had a representative that was presenting the bill that came in and absolutely told a fib, and Chairman Todd and I have watched the video numerous times because it aggravates us. But yes, the law was predicated upon false testimony.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So this is landfill prohibition. If we went back earlier in the day, as far as recovery or processing facilities, they could be within that 2 mile either side of the center.
I mean, the law says pretty clearly landfill for disposal of solid waste processors and transfer stations, convenience centers are not solid waste disposal. The regulatory statutory definition of disposal dictates encapsulation and barrel.
The RECRA stuff, but okay. So landfills only, and you could have staging or processing or recovery.
If it conformed with the other
Okay.
buildings and other things listed there.
Thank you.
Chairman Grills?
One question, if you don't mind, I think just one. The 2 mile buffer on either side, where did that come from? And is that necessary, or is that an arbitrary number that just we decided to use? Or let me ask it this way. What is the minimum or the maximum amount or the minimum amount of footage that we need from the river to make sure the river is protected?
So we didn't look at the legislative history for the 2 miles. As Nick testified earlier, for class one, you're going to kick me if I get it wrong, but class 1 and class 2 landfills, it's a 200-foot buffer, not 2 miles.
On the class 1 and class 2?
And class 3 as well. Any landfill.
But
Class one, two.
class 2 is 2 miles?
I think we're mixing up rivers and landfills
Okay,
right
okay.
now.
Just want to make sure. Because in my mind, they're mixed up, but you just
Yeah, no, clarified.
clarified
I'm
it.
sorry, I did say class. So for a landfill in our rules, we require a 200-foot buffer from waters. The Scenic Rivers Act for class 2 rivers requires a 2 mile on either side buffer.
Okay. Any further questions at this point? We really appreciate you guys being here, and will y'all be sticking around for the afternoon segment? It's not going to be too long. I didn't know if you planned to or not. There might be more questions, there may not be.
If you want us here, we'll be here.
Does the task force want them to stick around after lunch? Do you think you have more questions for TDEC potentially? This is yes and this is no. We won't hold you here. I'll
Okay.
put it that way.
Thank you.
We have Miss Allie. She knows everything, so we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Thank y'all for being here. All right, next we will call up, excuse me. I think we'll call up Ms. Kirby and Ms. Evans with the National Waste and Recycling Association. If they are prepared, ready to go. And I think we'd also like to get the Tennessee Chamber representative here as well. And we'll hit these back to back and see if we can't run this in maybe 45 minutes or something. I don't know how much time you need, but I'm not going to rush you. But if I start tapping my fingers, you'll know.
our friends at TDAC actually did a great job covering some of the things we were going to touch on, so we can go pretty quickly through ours. All right, thanks for having us today. I'm Mallory Kirby. I'm an attorney with Asbury and Sims, and I work with the National Waste and Recycling Association. I'll let Katie introduce herself.
Hi, my name is Katie Rafferty Evans. I'm with the National Waste and Recycling Association and I'm Vice President of Chapter Relations. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. A little bit about NWRA for everyone to know. Is that working? Okay. The National Waste and Recycling Association is the voice of the private sector when it comes to our industry. We represent landfill operators, haulers, but then also on the supply side. So the cart, the manufacturers, down to the bolts that put those items together. We've collectively been around for over 60 years and have had many different names, but now have settled on the NWRA. When it comes to our association, we pride ourselves on covering the 50 states when it comes to advocacy work, but also with our safety and our innovation when it comes to regulatory standards. So we are the Secretary of Standards when it comes to the rules of how carts and trucks and all that good stuff is made. When it comes to our Tennessee chapter has been around for a little bit, going on 4 years. It's made up of all the private sectors within Tennessee that come together to help drive advocacy work, but also what the industry needs moving forward.
Great. So I will go very quickly, have this slide up there for you just to glance at. Like I said, TDAC went into great detail on the timeline of how the different laws, solid waste laws in Tennessee kind of came about. And so we just put this together as a quick visual. But as you can see, there's a lot of activity on the legislative front in that early 90s period, which is kind of how we've come to these lots of overlapping layers of regulation that was all kind of happening during that time frame. And just as just to touch on these quickly, there are a couple of other parts of solid waste laws that they didn't really touch on. They're not quite as instrumental as to our conversation today, but I wanted to just make everyone aware that they are there. So the Tennessee Solid Waste Disposal Act, which is part 1 of Chapter 211, that basically authorizes the permitting program that TDAC has and the oversight and operation and maintenance of facilities. And then it also establishes the underground storage tanks and solid waste control disposal control board. So that is in that 1969 Act. Part 6 is the Tennessee Solid Waste Planning and Recovery Act, which was enacted in 1989. And that requires the commissioner to have the state comprehensive solid waste plan, which TDAC touched on a little bit there, and requires, and we'll circle back to this a little later on, but it also requires the 9 development districts to prepare and adopt regional management plans consistent with the state plan. So those, and the next, if you're not familiar with the development districts, most of you probably are, but that's a map of the development districts here in Tennessee. And those actually are also required to have solid waste management plans. I am not sure if they all actually do have operating plans or how robust they are, if they do have them, but it is in the statute that they do have some sort of a plan for their development district. I'm going to pretty much skip over this one. They did a great job going over the Jackson Law and the history there, but I will add that that in the legislative history, the sponsor, Doug Jackson, did say that it was to be an equivalent to a zoning operation, was part of his remarks on the in either the committee or the floor for that piece of legislation. And it was also set to expire when the statewide comprehensive solid waste plan was approved and implemented, which was the Part 6, or June 30th, 1991, whichever came first. So that was the original history there with that. And then, as Denard mentioned earlier, they extended that two or three times, and then eventually got rid of the expiration date. So just to add a little bit more to that, so we can skip, and that they did a great job of going over the criteria. I will just emphasize that that very last bullet point, the very last vector, is very broad. So the health, public safety, and welfare bullet point can really just encompass pretty much anything that that local government kind of wants to pull into that determination. They also did a great job going over the solid waste regions. So I'm going to kind of skip ahead to that. So what are the challenges we're seeing? As it's been mentioned before, we do have the 3 layers of local approval. We have zoning with the Jackson Law, we have the region boards, which, as you have heard, were never really intended to all be existing together. We're the only state in the country that has these 3 layers. Some have maybe one layer of local control. Typically, it's in the form of zoning ordinances. Some states have where a local government can vote to approve a facility, but there is no other state that has 3 different layers. We're unique in that. As been mentioned before, planning is largely single county, not regional. And we'll touch on this a little bit later on, but we're seeing in other states, most success comes from states that have a more regional approach and have the larger regional disposal options. And this was also somewhat touched on too, but the region plans, and there were some great questions asked about this earlier. The region plans have historically not been vetted at the state level for feasibility of the plans and substance of the plans. The plans are submitted and they would get approved based on, okay, this region, this county has done their statutory duty of having a plan that touches on the elements in the statute, but they have historically not looked at them to say, does this plan make sense? Is this feasible? If they're saying that all the waste from this area is going to go to this particular landfill, do they have an agreement with that landfill that they're going to accept it? Does another region also say they're going to accept it there? And are these being looked at to say, okay, well, if both of these regions are sending their waste there, is this feasible? So it really needs to be, so there really needs to be a comprehensive look at the plans to make sure from a state perspective that they fit together and that they're not mutually exclusive of each other. So that is one thing that I think the law that was passed this session that was touched on earlier, that does have some revisions to the regional planning process will help. TDEC will be working on some rules to put more specific criteria into what goes into those plans so that the regions know when they're revising their plans, this is what they're going to be looking for to see if you have a plan that's feasible, that makes sense, that's not contradictory to another region's plan. And so that's going to be really important. And the other reason why it's important, and I think this was mentioned, but I think it's worth kind of tying these together again, is that those plans directly hinge on the Part 8 Region Board vote. That is what the Part 8 Region Board uses that is their criteria for when they're voting on a facility, whether it's approved or not approved by the Region Board, is it consistent with the plan? Well, if the plans are not quality plans, then that system is not functioning in the way that it was supposed to function. And so those are all these pieces that need to fit together. In addition to the state plan that was also mentioned, I know TDEC's working on getting that finished soon. These pieces all have to go together in order for the system to work. And right now it's very fragmented. And I think the bill that was passed, like I just mentioned, will help get that started, but we still have a ways to go to really kind of iron out the things that aren't working as well. Membership of the region boards. So as you saw, we have lots of region boards because we have lots of regions. Some of them are more active than others and probably have people that have knowledge and experience with solid waste on them and are meeting regularly. I know we do have some of those boards, but there are also boards that really only get appointed and meet if there's an application to review, and it's not necessarily folks who have experience or knowledge about solid waste. And it's important when you're dealing with such a complex project, highly regulated, highly engineered project, that you have folks that really, at least somewhat represented on the board, that have some working knowledge of those facilities and what they entail. And so that's something that could be improved also. And then as I mentioned earlier, the Jackson Law criteria is broad. And then scenic rivers, I know Stephanie just gave a great presentation on that. I want to touch on a couple things in there as well. But one thing else I'll add that's not on the slide is that one of the other kind of challenges is that, unlike other utilities and other types of infrastructure like electric, gas, water, typically you're going to see, on your bill that you get every month, or sometimes it's a line item in something else, you're typically going to get a separate bill, or at least be very aware of what your cost is for any of those other utilities. Waste is somewhat unique in that often it is not clear. Sometimes it's just a line item on a property tax that you may or may not notice, or it's rolled up in another fee that you get, and you're really not aware of how much your waste is costing. A lot of people roll it to the curb and think it just goes away and that's free, but there is definitely a cost associated to it. And I think just maybe providing some more transparency and education to Tennesseans to understand kind of how the solid waste system works and what the costs are, and it will help kind of move the conversation along as well. So I will move on to, I'm going to skip this one. That was the General Assembly intent of the Scenic Rivers Act, but I did want to point out this particular piece of it. There is a provision in the Scenic Rivers Act that says that each proposal shall specify the category of proposed addition and shall be accompanied by a detailed report on the factors which, in the judgment of the commissioner, makes the area worthy addition of the system. The intention of this requirement is to ensure that these studies will be made. And I wanted to point that out because, as we've been seeing in recent years, these proposals to add rivers to the scenic river systems, primarily as a tool to prevent landfill projects, I am not aware of any of such reports that have been done or studies that have been done by any of the proponents wanting these additions that are to justify the addition to the system under the criteria for which it was proposed. So I just point that out as, it's pretty clear that the intention is the requirement to ensure that such studies will be made, and I don't know that that's really been happening in recent years. And Stephanie talked about this as well, the varying categories for scenic rivers. The 2-mile landfill buffer was added in 1990 to the Scenic Rivers Act. And this is significant because this is prior to the RCRA Subtitle D requirements that were enacted at the federal level that really kind of transformed the requirements for modern landfills. This is significantly, the 2-mile buffer that we have in our Scenic Rivers Act is significantly greater than landfill setbacks in other states, regardless of special designation. I believe most states use anywhere from 100 to 500 feet. Southeastern states are primarily in the 50 range, and there's no special designation for any kind of specific river. So this 2-mile buffer is well outside of that range. And so when, like was mentioned earlier, it's been coming up in more recent years that this act is being kind of used as another tool to stop landfill projects, when, as you've already heard all morning long, there are already lots of tools that in place for local governments to have those opportunities, and those have been at instances where the Scenic Rivers Act has been used. So I wanted to bring that up just to say that the Scenic Rivers Act does have a great purpose and great intent in how intended to be at its conception, but it has really, in recent years, kind of strayed from that to uses that it was not meant to be. So wanted to touch on that. And like I mentioned before, that landfill buffer was placed before the new federal standards came into place in 1991. And so Katie's going to take us through, and Nick did it a little bit as well. We've got some, and so she'll go through it pretty quickly. And some of the the
Sorry about that. I got this.
some of the things that RCRA Subtitle D put into place at that time that really transformed what you thought of as an old dump to now a modern landfill.
I want to talk a little bit about some misconceptions about modern landfills. When you think of a landfill, you think of a dump, you just think of these smelly locations, birds, rodents, and what they really are modern engineer feats that have occurred, especially since the modernization of landfills. And many people just want to talk about, the trash and it's piling up. But the reality is these pieces of property, the owners, the operators, I always will advocate, they're some of the biggest environmentalists out there because they want to contain their land. They want to grow their land. They want to make sure they're not filling that hole up quickly because at the end of the day, once it's filled, it's done, it's closed. And so some of the misconceptions is that, it's just a hole that fills the ground. Well, yes, landfill, trash, MSW, C&D, we have talked about this morning with TDAC, goes into that hole, but there's much more that goes on with the capturing of the gas and actually what that gas is utilized for. Over the last couple of years, we have seen the increase of usage of CNG fuels where we're fueling our trucks, fueling our fleets. Previously, before I was with NWRA, I worked for an operator hauler for 10 years where we were fueling huge facilities, factories across the street from us and able to resell that fuel. And that is something that is a feat in itself. Also, a lot of times these landfills not only have an active hole, but consume a lot of acreage, also have other recreational areas around the landfills. They are conserving the land, cleaning the waters up and making sure that the wildlife is returning and that is protected. Another misconceptions about the groundwater that is always leaking, that that it's going to contaminate the water. TDEC did a wonderful job of talking about the benefits of a membrane. It is cemented down in there to make sure water is not being dispelled from there. I, in my years, have not heard of a landfill leaking. I hear that common, it's going to poison the water, it's going to run off. And from my experience, I have not experienced that. And then once a landfill is filled, abandoned, we walk away. I have multitude of examples of once a landfill is closed and potentially closed, it can turn into another park, a golf course. It becomes back to the community as a gift. Just for example, Fresh Kills in New York, New Jersey, which was the most iconic landfill because it had to be reopened because of 9/11. It was a community park at the time, right on the water. And so they had to go back, reopen it, but then give it back to the community. So landfills, yes, they are stinky. When you are on ground zero, there is a lot of work going on, but in the long term, in the lifespan of a landfill, which can be anywhere from 25, 30 to 60, 100 years, depending on the development and how the engineers work it, it is a feat in itself. And it's modern day technology at its best. Next slide. So I'm sorry, I keep on clicking on the wrong stuff here, guys. So you guys, TTEC did a wonderful job of really going through step by step of how a landfill is being built, which was taking a little wind out of my sail. However, I know I'm up against a lunch clock too. I just want to spend a moment taking a look at that picture right there and seeing the different layers and actually in the fact that he talked about, where you see that liner, you see the piping, you see the covers, that it is a feat in itself and how they're developed and how they move through. So within this slide, I talk about the lining system, the membrane, and the clay that goes into it. Our next slide, I talk about the leachate collection, which TDEC did a phenomenal job talking about how it's collected and then how we have to make sure that the liquid is at a certain measurement to make sure we meet federal regulations, and then how we pump this out and pre-treat it and make sure that it's taken care of. And then the daily operations, which is really key in any landfill operation, but not only because of the cover, but for the safety of the people who are working on the open face and making sure that daily operation is taken care of, what's covered, the daily impact. They always have impact, plans in place if storms are hitting and additional water is to come. And at the end of the day, we all follow strict federal and state regulations that are imposed because we want to be good neighbors. When it comes to the capturing and monitoring and the closing, we talked about the vertical wells and the horizontal collectors that captures this methane gas. Sometimes when it's developing a little bit too much gas, you will see those big flares and unrolling, and that is because it's consuming more, but that's a mechanism in place to make sure that it's operating properly. A lot of times too, you will hear the smells and the landfill is smelling and it's horrible and it's been a couple of months. A lot of times in my experience, you get those smells is because they're trying to put in new wells and it takes a couple of weeks to get those wells up and running and going and collecting that gas. And so once the smell is removed. And so when you see that increase, typically it's because they're trying to put more protection in place. It just takes time to get them up and going. And then also environmental monitoring. Groundwater is monitoring wells are sampled regularly, and usually it's done from the operator to make sure that they have a checks and balance. Anytime there's a water incident or huge rain incident, from my experience, members go out immediately, start checking their waters, checking the levels to make sure they're in compliance with that leachate, that liner, because the liner can only hold so much water in it. When it comes to gas emissions, leachate quality and surface water, we are continuously tracking that because if we're not keeping ourselves in balance, that means at one point that landfill is going to fail, and that's going to be a bigger monetary issue than just keeping your room cleaned every day so you're not tripping over your shoes kind of scenario. We want to make sure that we're monitoring and keeping up with everything. And then also finally, making sure that our reports and the report issues to the state and to the federal government if need be, and keeping that opening communication with our regulatory bodies like TDEC. So I heard in our last conversation, what is working well? And I heard a conversation about what states are working well. And Mallory and I here today want to bring 3 suggestions of 3 states we think that are doing what we feel like is doing well, and talking about maybe some instances or some learnings that Tennessee can take away from them.
And I'll just preface by saying no state system is perfect, but these 3 states that we're going to mention are just examples of states that have systems that generally have concepts that are working well for permitting, for local approval, for the kind of the whole package.
Mm-hmm. So the first one I want to talk about is Indiana. And what's working well in Indiana is that facilities must complete a needs assessment. So they have to come and do their homework first before they come to the table for a permit. IDEM provides a good character information and may hold public hearings based on this interest. And good character means that they are in compliance. There's no criminal background. They look at their history of what they've operated before and if there's been any issues, not only within that state, but within that company as a whole. So for example, the company that I worked for before, when they were permitting a landfill in Indiana, they had to do their research in their Michigan, where they were operating in Ohio. And so they want to make sure of good faith that this is a good, outstanding character to move forward. IDEM commissioner determines needs based on a statutory formula that they utilize. And siting requirements are beyond the federal minimum. So in Indiana, and then we'll talk about a little bit about Ohio, that they meet federal, but they go a little bit over federal on how they handle things. And then local governments participate through public commenting periods, zoning ordinances, and more stringent setback requirements. And so we talked about how do we get that local government involved? How do we make sure that their voices are heard? They are part of the process that takes place in Indiana. And finally, there's a regional planning district that are not involved in landfill siting or serve as a primary planning entity, but they're more in the recycling and diversion efforts. So they're the ones that are making sure, like the task force that we set up this year in legislation, are the voice when it comes to, we have a landfill sited, but we want to make sure that we are diverting as much as we can, and they have the means to do that. When you do site a landfill within a county, there is a thing called a host agreement. So there are host fees. Those fees go to feeding those boards and their work that they want to handle. In Ohio, counties must form solid waste management districts with the minimum population thresholds applied for exemption. So in Ohio, those districts and the size represent what the population looks like. District board members are specific and they must include at least one member representing the industry, and that's industrial, commercial, and institutional generators of solid waste. So the generators are the ones that are creating it, but also the ones who are handling it too. Board prepares solid waste plans for the district. If technical advisory council is established, it prepares a plan and must include representation of the solid waste disposal and hauling industry in itself. So they have to have a voice at the table too, to bring that expertise that might be missing in some of these other boards that we talked about before. And then finally, local government must have zoning authority too. And stringent requirements are more stringent than federal requirements. So we see in Ohio a lot of times that it is harder to site a landfill to get an expansion because of the protocols that they have in place.
Yeah, and so to kind of summarize the main points of those two is that local zoning is the primary function for which local governments in these two states participate in the process. However, the extended setback requirements are in place to kind of put additional protections in place in lieu of more robust local government. So zoning and additional setbacks are the primary tools that those states use to work through their siting process. And then Wisconsin is quite a bit different. They have a pretty unique system they call the negotiation and arbitration system. And essentially how it works, this is a very kind of basic rundown of how it works, but essentially an applicant who wants to have a facility in an area they have to obtain local permit or approvals, including zoning, either simultaneously or just kind of offset delayed a little bit by the approval by the state. And so they will submit their application to a county or municipality within 1,500 feet of the proposed facility. And there's some more detailed requirements in the statute about which counties and municipalities are eligible to participate in this process. But essentially, those counties and municipalities that choose to negotiate with the applicant can do so. And if they choose not to, then they have deemed to waive their local approvals. So they will negotiate with the site owner, and the site owner will offer design, financial, and operational incentives to the municipality in exchange for negotiated agreement. So the local governments are really incentivized to come to the table, and really any issue is able to be negotiated except for the need for the proposed landfill. And they also can't require anything in the agreement that would make the landfill less not compliant with state or federal regulations. So those are pretty much the only things that are off the table. Each city or county must approve the settlement agreement after it's negotiated. So then it gets taken back to those local governments for approval. So somewhat similar to a Jackson Law situation, but it would be after the agreement is reached. And then if this is really kind of the most important part here. If the parties cannot come to an agreement, then they can petition the Waste Facility Siting Board to issue an arbitration award. And typically how that works is both sides present their final and best offer to the board, and that board will have a hearing. The sides can come present their proposals, and I believe public comment can be taken there as well. And then the board will issue a final decision. And what they do is they choose one of the proposals. They don't create their own. They don't mesh them together. They really just pick one or the other. And the purpose of this system is to really incentivize the parties to work together to come to a mutually agreeable decision. Because if they don't, then one of them, then there's going to be a loser and a winner. So that's kind of the idea behind this program. I think that they've only had very few single-digit number of maybe three that went to this arbitration board, because most of the time the parties are able to come to the table and come up with an agreement that works well for both. These are the commonly negotiated concessions on the part of the owner. So operational issues such as hour of operation, waste materials accepted, nuisance control, lighting, vehicle routes, aesthetic screening and fencing, recycling efforts to be implemented, private well monitoring and replacement, post-closure site use, payments to local governments for regulation costs, fire control, road maintenance, payments in lieu of taxes, economic protection of neighboring property owners for loss of property value, and establishment of a local advisory committee. And those are typically just committees that interact with the owner to make sure that the community is in the loop on things and they can work together.
And one thing I want to add about Wisconsin too is that not only are they dealing with, their local state waste, but they also are competing with Canadian waste too, because of the interstate commerce. So that's why it's very stringent, and they have that arbitration because they're also dealing with another country's waste coming in.
And one just general thing I'll add is that generally when we're looking across other states to see how other states are doing this, one common theme is that the state agency over their environmental protection typically has a larger role in determining either whether a facility say in that. And that really makes sense on a certain level because they're really the ones that can look at the whole state and say, how is this all working together? Where do we have gaps? Where do we need solutions? And what are going to be the best solutions? So the state agency typically has a much more significant role in that process than our current statutory and regulatory scheme provides for. So lastly, what can Tennessee do to improve? Well, there are a few things that we think we can get us in the right direction. So we talked about the number of regions. We know we have a lot of those. I said I'd mention later the development districts. So we already have the 9 development districts. They're already required to be a part of the solid waste planning process. We think it makes a lot of sense to at least consider whether those entities should be the primary planning entities for the regions. There are other ways you could make larger regions. We kind of looked at the TDEC field office map and said, does that make sense? Well, it's very similar to the development districts actually, so it'd be very similar to that. But there are other ways you can do it. But essentially to reduce the number of regions and plans that we have will help create a more regional approach. Because the more successful states, like I mentioned before, do have the larger, more regional facilities rather than the smaller ones that are kind of in pockets in more urban areas, which obviously is not real popular among the citizens. So that's one way. Requiring substantive review of the region plans. We already talked about that. I think we're on our way to improving that. Reducing the layers of local approval to achieve a more balanced approach. And we've gone through that. And then really incentivize facility owners and local governments to work together. And, we can have lots more conversation about what that might look like. But I think those are the main areas that we see from the industry side as ways that Tennessee can improve. And we look forward to working with you all and with TDEC and our partners to try to come up with some solutions. So happy to answer questions.
We'll go on to the chamber now. Through the lunch break.
Do you have a presentation?
I do have a presentation. Or I can just riff. Well, that's getting pulled up, I will say. My name is RJ Gibson, Director of Government Affairs at the Tennessee Chamber of Commerce. I'm certainly less of an expert on all of the nuance of solid waste than the folks who have come before me, which is unfortunate for me that I went third. However, what is fortunate for me is that I predicted that would be the case. So I'm going to talk about this in a little bit different way. So that I'm not just repeating what much more knowledgeable folks before me have said already, because we largely agree with a lot of the diagnosis of the problems and some of the solutions that are viable for Tennessee to help solve some of the problems. So for those that don't know, the Chamber of Commerce, the Tennessee Chamber of Commerce, we represent business across the state. So we are the voice of business here in Tennessee. Our members range from, some of the biggest companies in the world that operate here in Tennessee, down to mid-sized manufacturers and down to small business. So our mission, our goal is to ensure that Tennessee remains one of, if not the best states in the country to do business. Over the years, the General Assembly has done such a phenomenal job of creating a great business environment in Tennessee, and we've been really lucky for that. And as a result, the state has grown, the economy has grown, the business community has grown here in Tennessee. And of course, that has created new challenges. I would argue they're good challenges, but certainly new challenges as the state has grown. And so that's kind of the lens I'm going to talk about this through. Certainly, we count among our membership folks in the waste industry, but I'm going to approach this a little bit. How does everyone else in our membership impacted if we continue on the path we're on? So in the last year plus, the Chamber has spent a lot of time talking about infrastructure as a bucket of issues. Again, we've grown a lot as a state, both economically and population-wise, and so that has put additional strain on our infrastructure. I think when we talk about infrastructure, we often think of, the first thing that comes to mind is surface transportation, roads and bridges. We would argue, and I would urge this group to think of that as a much bigger bucket. It's all the things we need to continue growing, the kind of the baseline services. So when we think of infrastructure at the Chamber, of course we think roads and bridges, but we also think about energy. We think about water, wastewater. We think about broadband, and then we also think about solid waste as a core infrastructure need of the state. And so I would urge, and I hope that one of the big takeaways from what I say today is that we really should be thinking about this issue as a core infrastructure issue for the state. Again, Tennessee, we've experienced significant population and economic growth. We can debate whether that's good or bad. Obviously, I think from the Chamber's perspective, well-managed, continuous growth is certainly a good thing. But I think the reality is, at least in the short and medium term, whether we want more growth or not, we're going to have it. People continue to want to move here. Businesses continue to want to move here. Again, we think that's a good thing, but I think it's going to happen. So the question isn't whether or not we're going to continue to grow and therefore generate more waste. The question is, will we be able to, on our own, manage that waste in a cost-effective way? So, sorry, every business generates waste. Some generate more than others, but even whether it's a warehouse, a hospital, building new housing to support the growth we've had, commercial development, those things all generate waste. And waste is just a byproduct of economic activity, really. And so if our capacity does not grow, then costs will increase, right? I think that we all accept that as a basic law of supply and demand, because we do expect, I think everyone in this room expects, that the state's going to continue to grow and our needs are going to continue to grow. So setting that up, I want to talk a little bit about some of the barriers that we face. So again, folks before me have talked about the Jackson Law, the Part 8 Region Board approval. We largely agree with, that these are some of the bottlenecks that are preventing new supply or new capacity from coming online. And I'm not necessarily here to recommend abolishing the Jackson Law, removing local control. I think we absolutely have to have a partnership with local governments in order to build these facilities. But the reality is, what I'm here to say is, right now it is almost impossible. It's very, very difficult to bring new capacity online, as you've heard from industry, as you've heard from TDEC. And so what I'm here to say is, as a matter of math and economics, we're going to need more solid waste capacity in this state. We just are. And so we have to find a way to add that capacity and to have a system that allows us to add that capacity. We talked a lot about scenic rivers. I won't get into all the details that have already been covered. I will just say from a Chamber of Commerce perspective, from a business community perspective, one of the things that scares us a lot about recent attempts to use scenic rivers to block development of landfills is there's really no limiting principle that we can see from a property rights perspective. It's not necessarily the purview of this committee, but I know Chairman Todd has talked a lot about this, and I think it's worth mentioning. We understand that there are development projects, whether they're landfills or other things, and I'm not going to list them all. I don't want to give people ideas, but that are not politically popular or do not, they might be, I guess politically unpopular is probably the best way to describe them. We get very nervous when we're using legislation that I would argue is not necessarily designed to be used to stop specific projects as a way to do that, because it would not be hard to imagine someone trying to use the Scenic Rivers Act, amend the Scenic Rivers Act to stop other types of development in the future, whether that be manufacturing facilities or other things. And so I would just, we've talked about all kind of the technical side in the history of the Scenic Rivers Act, but as a matter of a kind of a slippery slope argument, that makes us very nervous. And I think that's worth mentioning and worth keeping in mind. So I think it's been this morning well established that we do have, there are restrictions on our ability to bring new capacity online. We've talked, they were on that slide, some of them, we've talked about them kind of at length. So that leads us to what are our options? So at a really high level, from a business community standpoint, we can either add new disposal capacity, or we can watch costs for solid waste disposal continuously increase. It's just basic economics, right? If supply is being outstripped by demand, prices go up. That's just, again, basic economics and math. So, and it's no different for disposal capacity than it is for anything else. You think about a really acute political issue right now in Tennessee is the cost of housing. That's largely a problem that has been caused by a mismatch in supply and demand. There's just not enough housing being built to keep up with demand for housing. Obviously, that is a problem for us as from an economic growth potential perspective. It's also become a big political problem. And while I don't think we're there yet in terms of seeing the big cost increases in terms of dealing with our solid waste, certainly we're not hearing that necessarily from our members yet. We can see where the arrow is pointing. We're, as we continue to use up the capacity we have, without adding more, we're going to continue to see that supply and demand imbalance that will lead to increased prices, just the way we've seen it in the housing market. I think there's really clear corollary between those two markets if left unaddressed. So that takes us to what are options if we don't add capacity? Well, we can send it out of state, right? That would be kind of the only option if we don't have capacity in state. It has to go somewhere, right? So I don't think this is shocking news, but if you have to truck things longer distances, it's going to cost more to move that stuff. So I want to use a kind of a concrete example. Let's imagine that instead of sending waste 20 miles to a regional or local landfill, an auto manufacturing facility now has to send it 200 miles to an out-of-state landfill. I mean, so at a basic business level, that's going to increase their variable costs, their cost of production. So they're either going to have to increase the cost of the cars they sell to consumers, reduce their investment, and likely the number of people that they employ, or some combination of both. but regardless of what they choose to do to account for that increased cost of dealing with their waste, it makes Tennessee less competitive. It makes Tennessee, and it's going to reduce the economic opportunities for Tennesseans. And that's kind of the reality of what we're looking at in 10 years, in 15 years, if we don't add capacity. So this slide we kind of already covered. I also want to touch on one specific policy that we were asked to just talk about that's gotten a lot of attention. So I think it's important to think about cost shifting versus cost reduction. We as a business community are very happy to pay our fair share. And I think this is an important way of it's important to think about solid waste as an infrastructure question when we're thinking about these types of policies. As a business community, we are happy to pay our fair share to ensure adequate solid waste infrastructure investment here in the state. We do it with the gas tax to pay for roads and bridges. We pay for energy use to support the needed infrastructure for energy in Tennessee. And so we're happy to pay our fair share, but there have been proposals that talk about, so I'll just, EPR has been a proposal that's been popular across the country. I think 7 states now have adopted EPR for packaging. And from our perspective, at its highest level, EPR is saying a small segment of the business community should fund the infrastructure build out for recycling programs across the entire state of Tennessee. Programs that everyone in Tennessee will benefit from, including, the segments of the business community that aren't captured in those programs. And so while that might sound good, we would argue that that is not necessarily fair to those businesses. But I think even more importantly, the same principles we just talked about about what will happen if waste costs go up still apply. EPR will increase the cost of doing business for those businesses. They will then either have to raise the prices of the products that they sell to consumers. They will have to reduce their investment, likely reduce jobs. And again, either way, whatever they choose to do to deal with those increased costs, it makes Tennessee a less competitive place to do business. So I think it's worth mentioning that all of these policies that we're talking about have trade-offs. And our goal is to make sure Tennessee remains a competitive place to do business, a place where there's the continued creation of good, solid jobs, and policies that specifically target a segment of the business community don't necessarily align with that.
RJ, I just want to point of clarification. For the 7 states, there's not been one, they adopted, but there has not been one state that has fully been able to implement EPR right time without clearly being done. So it's still conceptually not 100% viable in any of the states.
I think there's other challenges, certainly from implementation. There's other challenges with EPR, but I just kind of wanted to focus on the economics at first. But yeah, there are certainly other challenges, and so yeah, I completely agree with that. All that to say, from our perspective, again, as the business community, increasing recycling rates in Tennessee is really important. I think depending on the source, I've seen we are like 48th in the country in recycling rates. Not a great number, obviously. But we as a chamber, we as a business community are very pro recycling, not because it it feels good, not because it's a good marketing campaign. There's a real business case for recycling. Many of our manufacturers rely on recycled materials for feedstocks for inputs to their process. Aluminum production is probably the clearest cut example. It's a lot more energy intensive to turn raw ore into aluminum than it is to turn recycled aluminum into new aluminum that can be used. And so therefore it's a lot more expensive. So, I hear from our aluminum producers, Arconic, folks like that, all the time. They're like, we cannot get enough recycled material. And so we want to do more in recycling. We're happy to work with Chairman Todd, Chairman Reeves on the recycling markets legislation. Very happy to support that. I think it's a good first step, but I think we can do more, certainly moving forward. But there's a lot of industries that rely on recycled materials. So there's a real business case for it. We're very supportive. It's just a matter of how do we fund the infrastructure to make it easier for Tennesseans to recycle, because I think that's one of the big hurdles is we just don't necessarily have the infrastructure, and there's a real case to be made for modernization of the recycling system. There's a lot of new technology that makes it easier to recycle, but all that stuff takes investment and takes a concerted effort to deploy. So, kind of wrapping it up, and I've got a couple more slides after this, but I'll go through them fast. This is all about thinking about this as an infrastructure challenge. And ultimately, if we don't address the capacity problem, both on the recycling side and on the disposal side, the landfill side, we're going to see higher costs because we're going to see supply be outstripped by demand. It's going to feed through to everyone, to businesses, but also to consumers. I think in 10 years, if people are paying, to Mallory's point, there's not a lot of transparency, but eventually people will realize if they're paying a significantly larger amount of money each week or each month for solid waste disposal, I think that will become its own headache if left unaddressed. So I think from a policy perspective, the real thing, we are relatively, as a business community, and certainly our folks in industry have their own, in the solid waste industry have kind of a unique position, but we are relatively agnostic as to the levers that we pull. But what we need is a regulatory system where we have where we plan for and have adequate capacity to meet the rising demand that we have for solid waste disposal here in Tennessee. I think the legislation we passed this year was a really good start. I think, Mallory talked about planning and how that bill will help to streamline some of the planning, and I think that's a really good start. But we need a system where supply and demand are in balance. And right now, the trend line is that we're not going to have that. And so, again, I think we're relatively agnostic to how we get there. I would also make the point, again, tying this back to this being really a core infrastructure issue. We plan for roads in Tennessee. We plan for water. We plan for power. We should be planning for solid waste and have a system that accounts for our needs, just like we do with those other core infrastructure needs. The second thing that I would highlight is, again, we want to do more in recycling. I think there's ways we can do it with market-based approaches. We've made a good first start in that, but I would also emphasize the need for investment. So we need, again, these things cost money. And we use state dollars to invest in roads and bridges because we understand that those systems are really what undergird our economic growth potential. And I think we should think about solid waste in the same way. because ultimately we need to incentivize opt, whether it's MRFs or curbside bins, but to implement the infrastructure that we need so that we have a system where people can recycle and where we have, again, the needed supply and demand, or the needed supply to meet demand across the state. And I think there's also ways that we can leverage private dollars to get those investments. You know, again, to tie it back to kind of surface transportation, the legislature several years ago created the Choice Lanes program, and the whole point of that was we're going to pull private dollars in to fund some of the needs we have. So I think, and I don't necessarily know what this looks like from a design perspective, but I would imagine there are ways that we can create public-private partnerships to leverage those private dollars, bring industry in off the sidelines, and make sure that we have adequate capacity. And the last point I think is really important. You know, local government, state government, industry all have to be a part of this solution. And so we need to make sure we have incentives set up where local governments want to be a part of this. They want to be in a position where they're incentivized to handle their own waste in a regional way, because I don't think we can get there without everyone pulling in the same direction. So I'll leave you with this. We need to ensure local input. We need to make sure that we have adequate capacity to meet the demand that we're going to see as a result of the continued economic growth we've had here in Tennessee. If we don't, it is going to become a real limiting factor on our economic potential in the state of Tennessee. And so really the choice is capacity and predictability versus scarcity and higher costs. Those are really the options we have. And I think there's a lot of ways we can get to capacity, but we do need to make a choice that we are going to have more capacity here in Tennessee.
Thank you for that. Will you guys be here after lunch?
Can
Okay.
be.
Yes. I'm sure there are going to be some questions, and one that comes to mind and that you can answer later for me in talking about the whole recycling bubble is you mentioned infrastructure, and I've often wondered, are we going to have to set up some kind of government paid, taxpayer funded infrastructure to get that started, or will the industry, and I've asked this before, will the recycling industry sustain itself from a value standpoint? You mentioned that the supply is not there, the demand is. So why isn't the cost, the reimbursement, if you want to call it that, there? So that's a question I have long-term to talk about the recycling, the whole program, is whether or not it can sustain itself. Or does it just need that infrastructure to start with and then it'll sustain itself? That's just a question that may start some other conversations as well. So if everybody is amenable, we will break for lunch and meet back here at 1:30.
All right, is that the lead by 2?
We'll call this meeting of the Advisory Task Force on Solid Waste back to order. At this stage of our agenda, we have afternoon discussion by our members, and I think we can probably, if we wanted to ask any questions of the previous presenters, we can see who is still available. If any of you want to request that at any time, feel free. But the floor is just open for discussion right now for us to kind of go over what we've heard today and experienced and see what thoughts there are moving forward. Chairman Reeves?
I just want overall, Chairman Todd drove a lot of today's agenda and put some of this together, and I want to applaud him for his work on this because I feel like to some extent, if we're going to make progress in solving some of these problems, we have to talk about some of the impediments and things that are causing the issues. We just have to, whether you like them or not. And I feel like the content today regarding Jackson Law, regarding the regional boards and how they're working or not working, the scenic river, I think all that has just been excellent content and can give us tools as a task force moving forward, or maybe we can put into place legislatively even going into next year. But appreciate your leadership on the task force, and I'd like to continue to build on some of this content.
I think there have been several conversations already started around this today, and I appreciate you saying that. Our presenters, I think, did a really good job of getting things summarized for us so we know what the processes are and what some of those impediments are. So I think it generates some ideas and thought processes, especially I think one of the most glaring ones for me is the regional boards, that we have 69 regional boards out of 95 counties. That's kind of, it seems unusual. So I think that's something we probably need to look for a solution to in the very near future. So ideas around that or anything else. It's going to be a short discussion, it looks like.
Come on.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Stacy.
Chairman Todd, I'll just make a little circle back comment over Mallory and Katie and RJ's presentations with the overview of what different states are doing. So, and when we started talking about it, because I'm an NWRA meeting, I saw the presentation beforehand, and I wanted to say it's coming. But then I wanted to circle the wagons, with that that information, and then RJ circled the wagon really well with how the economics impact everything. And I told we discussed it, when industries and companies look to come relocate to Tennessee, one of the top items they ask about is what are our disposal options, because it does have an impact on what their costs are with associated being wherever they locate. So I think that is an important factor that we always need to keep that in the back of our mind.
Well, I didn't know before the presentation what either of them was going to talk about specifically, the fine details, but to your point, predictability and cost are huge for businesses. And that if they're in a state that's unpredictable, they're not probably going to stay very long. So that's extremely critical. And then for all of us, certainly representatives and senators, we've got to look out for our constituents and what's in their pockets. That's their property, that our decisions are here can affect what's in their pocket. And we've got to always keep that in mind. Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to look at it from this perspective as we send ECD all across the world to bring in different industry, different projects, and we have all these sites that are ready and sitting there waiting for something. I don't think we as a government have done a real good job of preparing for what the companies bring. Because, hey, you know what? We got 500 new jobs and all these families are moving here. But with those families, we need more transportation and we need more solid waste infrastructure. And as a government, I'm not necessarily saying it's a government should fix it, but government should have the tools out there that are planning and preparing the locals particularly on how to handle those situations. Because I think a lot of these things, we kind of get a snowball and we're trying to fix the snowball when we could have, if we'd have just been a little more prepared, we could have taken care of it when it was a lot smaller. We could have moved it around in a lot better area. And I think we've done that a lot because we love the idea of opening a new factory because that makes lots of headlines and gets lots of positive feedback. This topic here, it stinks. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants to talk about it because it's just not popular, but it's a reality that we have to deal with. The waste is here. If we're going to grow, we're going to have more waste, and we've got to figure out a better way to manage it than what we have in the past few years.
The point about it being part of infrastructure, I think was a really good point. Jim Reed.
I want to make one other comment too, which is, a lot of what we're talking about in regards to the landfill, and we heard it all day long today about capacity and new sites. But I'm also excited about this new diversion council that's been created, which is all things non-landfill. It's going to be a robust council, 18 people, represents a lot of different industries, public sector, private sector. But this group's going to come up with ideas that are going to require money to fund. So whether we like it or not, some of these things are going to be coming down the pike. Where does the business community fit into that? Where does the government fit into that? How can we really put something in place so we're not 48 out of 50 states in recycling, which in turn takes pressure off our landfills as well. So again, I would kind of just say this on the record today. If there's someone you feel like needs to possibly be on this council, they should consider turning in their application if you meet the requirements.
No doubt about it. Any others? Yes, sir.
RJ, you unfortunately got the short straw. You had to go fast, and you did a great job. And early in your slides, I kept watching and listening, and I wrote down cost shifting. And about 2/3 of the way through, you use the shifting word. And I think that's important for everybody to remember, because this is not necessarily a zero-sum game, but nobody gets out for free here. So there is, if it's good for business, then the constituents have to pick up some of the tab. If it's good for the constituents, business has got to pick it up, or the state treasury. So I just think we need to be mindful that probably the best outcome here is one where everybody's a little disappointed, because there's just no way to perfect it without leaving someone feeling like they're picking up the cost of it. So I thought that shifting word was important.
And no matter what, the constituent, the consumer, is always paying the bill, because businesses pass every cost on to the end user every single time with a profit margin attached to it. So, Mr. Hastings, did you have something?
The recycling situation, most of the time, recycling, except in a few cases, has to have subsidy. It cannot carry its own weight. And this is where it becomes a very sticky situation for you, the elected officials, when you have to put a fee on something that has to be recycled. Just take example, roofing shingles. We're in the tire recycling business as one of our companies. We have a fee on tires that compensates us for so much a ton for recycling those tires. But if you don't have an end use for that and you have to put it into a landfill, then most of those people go broke. Fortunately, we have a patent to use that product, and we ship it all over the United States. Roofing shingles, for instance, they've tried to put that into asphalt paving. It doesn't work. I would think at some point we're going to have to put some kind of fee, and I'm in the building business too, built some 12,000 homes, and we create a lot of waste. There's going to have to be some kind of fee per bundle on roofing shingles. There's no telling how many times we've cleaned up a job. So somebody emptied a pickup truckload of roofing shingles on the farm or on a job or in our dumpster. And so at some point, somebody's got to pay, like you say, for having this recycling. And so, just the least little thing like a quarter a bundle on shingles or sheetrock or whatever it might be, to be able to get that, we're going to have some fees, and it's hard for you as elected officials to implement those fees on the business community. But we have to pay our way, and a lot of recycling just does not carry its own weight.
Well, to your point, and I've said this before, there's a cost to landfilling it, whatever that, every landfill is a different cost. But that product, whatever the shingles or tires or plastic bottles, has a cost to dispose of it. I'd like to be able to somehow quantify in this process what that cost is and it may come down to per item, I don't know, versus what the subsidy may need to be on the other side to recycle it. And what my hope is that it would still be cheaper to recycle it, even if you're subsidizing it, than what the consumer is paying to landfill it. But again, I'm not there yet. I don't know the facts, but I think that's one thing I'm hoping and I want your input as to suggestions for who we can have in here to help educate us on that. But that one point, to your point about the political part of this, it's hard for us to pass a tax or a fee, but if I can show that it's saving money somewhere else so that consumer has more money at the end of the day in their pocket than they do at the beginning of the day, then I can sell that. And it makes sense. I don't know that that's possible in this world. I just don't know. That's a question mark out there that I'm hoping we get to. So I'm anxious to have your input for anybody else that we can have in here that can help narrow that down and really nail down what those facts are. Stana, you're recognized.
I first want to thank the attention of this task force and all the folks that have brought information forward. I know our first meeting, it felt like the world was caving in on us with the landfill issues. I don't feel that way anymore. I think we've learned a lot. But right now we're at the point where we have 50 years of actions, inactions, steps, missteps that we're building on, and we know the industries that are out there. We didn't know this 50 years ago when all of a sudden we were told no more burn pits. So we've got a wonderful institutional knowledge that's been brought to this body from everybody that's presented, regardless of what side of the issue they're on. We've made lots of progress, I think, whether it feels like it or not. And I can imagine that there's going to be a lot more made, and probably in less time than they've assigned this committee. But secondly, you asked things to bring to the table. I do think it would be informative to know, now that we start talking about, we're looking at what it's going to cost, subsidies. Before we even get to that point, we really need to know what all department right now touches: recycling, landfilling, trash removal, whatever it is. We already know that, for example, TDOT has a litter program. We have Keep America Beautiful. We have everything that TDEC goes through. So there are pots everywhere and programs to help assist this. And they're working in isolation and silos, just like what we've been discussing today. So I think those are the next partners in this to bring to the table to see what else there. We're getting a great large picture of what this industry and this problem is all about. Let's bring everybody together that is trying to help resolve this or add something to it. That would be my request of this committee. And then I'm looking forward to seeing what this council and its makeup can do, the new council's makeup can do. I think there'll be a lot that it can bring to this board relatively quickly after it forms.
Very good points. You recognize, sir?
I very much enjoyed the information today. And I think while I also am encouraged about the diversion and recycling efforts that we're trying to figure out. And, hopefully one day 100% of the waste will be diverted or recycled. But that isn't in our foreseeable future. And so we do have to wrestle with landfill capacity. And I think I have a better understanding now, and you can probably tell from some of my questions, that I think we need to have the regional planning mechanism work better. I want local input. I think it's important. I don't want a subjective veto, but I want meaningful input. And I think that through a regional planning process that it allows that local government to figure out what their needs are and how they're going to meet them, we can accomplish meeting the local government needs and the state needs as well. And so that's what I'm really hoping, is that I think there's been a good start with the legislation that's been passed. We need to continue to look at that and talk about it and see if it can be refined. But I do think that something needs to change in the impediments that we heard about today to make it more possible to have the landfill capacity that we need going forward. So.
Thank you. Mr. Hastings?
In our construction, if you put material in a landfill in the bulk, it takes up a lot of room. So we have a machine that grinds everything from brick to block to wood and reduce the amount of waste to about 10% of the bulk when we grind the waste. So there's something to look to in the future there is being able to grind this material down to take 10% of the space that bulk dumping would take.
Very interesting angle as well. Yeah, makes sense. Chairman Grills?
I love this type of stuff. You know, Chairman Todd and I live together, so we spend hours talking about stuff that has no value. And then every now and then we
clarify when we're in Nashville.
Excuse me. When we're in Nashville, excuse me. But now I lost my train of thought. No, but having these conversations about and making sure that we don't get the government in the lane of the private sector and making sure that we open every door for the private sector to be successful is one thing we got to make sure we as the politicians up here do not get involved in, because too often government goes and says, all right, I think I can fix this. I think I can fix this. And then they take a yeast roll and they get it all over themselves and everybody else, and then everybody's sticky. And that's not what we need to do as a government. So I want to make sure that we understand our proper lane as a government, and yet the proper role for the private sector and their ingenuity and their ability to come up with some of these cool and new ideas, like Mr. Hastings was talking about. He was able to cut his cut his space by 90%. That's private sector for you. It did not take a government grant for him to decide to do that. And I don't think necessarily the government is going to be the answer for all of everything, but we as politicians have got to make sure that we do not create regulatory burdens that the private sector cannot operate at their full capacity.
Good point. Another point in that, in the grinding process, you know, I think most landfills are on weight. When you pull in with a trailer load of trash, it's on weight, when really space is their issue. It's not weight. They don't care really, but it's easy to measure. So, Mr. Hayes.
They do it two ways.
Okay.
They do it on the bulk or on the bulk ton or the weight ton. So that's where some counties really get it put to them that are getting a tipping fee. If their contract's written on the bulk or on the weight, it's according to how that contract's written that the people can really rip them off, because if they charge on the bulk and they pay on the weight, the county's not getting the full benefit.
Good points. We've saved time today and have it on our agenda for public comments as well. If there's no more discussion with the task force, then we'll move into that segment without objection. So if you're here to make comments from the public, can you raise your hand? I kind of have a feel for, okay. What we'll do, you can get in line or whatever you want to do to come to the podium, but you're going to have 2 minutes. And I just ask that your comments be unique, not repetitive of what somebody else has said. We don't need 13 people saying the same thing. So if you can tailor it that way as you hear other comments, kind of narrow yours to a new part of the topic, that would be great. So at this time, if someone wants to come on up to the podium, then you can kind of start a line of 3 or 4 people, and or all of you line up. It's totally up to you. And we'll let you know when you get to 2 minutes. And just state your name, who you're with, if an organization or anything, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Seth McMillan. I'm a resident of Scott County in East Tennessee, as well as a landowner, a business owner, and a candidate to represent Scott County in District 38 in the Tennessee House of Representatives. My grandparents were stewards of a 600-acre dairy farm in Robbins, Tennessee. The property borders the original Cincinnati Southern Rail Line and also the New River, which flows into the Big South Fork National River and Recreation Area. This is where I live and conduct business today. My papaw served our community on the Scott County Board of Education for multiple decades, and one of his 14 children serves on that same board today. This legacy is rooted in loving our neighbors and taking action at the local level of government. The impacts from corporate polluters of the past are still felt today in the lives of Scott Countyans. When the timber mill, coal mining, rail corporation shut down local operations, they left behind economic distress, stripped land, and high cancer rates from pollution of the water supply. The profits are long gone, but the people of Scott County remain to clean up the messes created by their former employers. Our land and our people were exploited, plain and simple. We look back and wish our neighbors would have pushed back harder at the time. That was then, but this is now. We have decided to act differently this time, unified together as a community of neighbors, leaders, and business people. We remain opposed to the Ruperta 2 new landfill permit, a Class 1 landfill, and do not believe that the risks of leachate pollution are sufficiently addressed to protect our water supply. This proposed landfill will not be invisible as recommended by the TDEC representative this morning. Our community is here today in solidarity, and we hope to be a productive partner with the industry through the Waste to Jobs Act initiative.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Appreciate your time.
Hey there, I'm Joanne Logan. I'm a member of the Sierra Club, and my passion is recycling. I was really excited to hear a lot of you talk about recycling today. Big recycler. I'm one of those annoying people that go to the convenience centers and pester other folks about all the things they shouldn't be recycling at the convenience center. We have the proposition for the Tennessee Waste to Jobs Act, and I heard some disparaging remarks about EPR today. In the 7 states where maybe it's not quite up to snuff yet. Well, why can't we be different? Why can't we take the lead on it and do it right? Okay. You hear about the costs it might impose on these very large corporations. They need to reduce their packaging. We have let them drown us in plastic. We have got to stop. Okay. So we really have got to get our recycling. We got to get it together. And we need to become the #1 state, not number 48. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Willett. I am also with Sierra Club, and Tennessee is blessed to be home to one of the most biodiverse rivers in the United States. And that's true in no small part because of the Jackson Law. That stopped a landfill from being developed and operating within a mile of the Duck River years ago. This task force was created, in my understanding, to reduce our reliance on landfills. We can reduce our need for landfills. Our landfills are receiving approximately 40% of their volume as packaging waste. I know I get to vote with my dollars on what I take home, but I don't get to vote, but that doesn't determine how the company that made the product packages it and how much waste comes with that product that I'm buying. The Tennessee Waste to Jobs Act does help with that. It asks the companies making the packaging, making the product, how they want to package it, but they have to pay for what goes with that product for the end of the life of that, what they've determined we have to take home. Tennessee Waste to Jobs Act, in addition to that, it provides the fee, what they're paying, the companies making the packaging, what they've decided they want to pay for packaging. That money goes to provide for an organization to take that and make recycling as easy as it is to put something in my trash can. It makes it, and we can further that with having composting. Tennessee has solutions that are available to them that could have been enacted already or can be enacted immediately, very quickly. We just need to get them done. We need to protect our rivers. We need to protect our citizens from having to pay for what large corporations want us to take home along with the product we do want from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willis.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Chairman Todd, Chairman Reeves, thank you for this opportunity. And I want to first applaud the effort of this task force. and all the work you're doing, especially the past, Jeffrey Berry. I'm sorry, thank you. I'm CEO of Tennessee Environmental Council. I've been in this position for 6 years. And we advocate for recycling, for circular economy. I brought my trash from lunch. I appreciate the opportunity to do some trash talking. But I applaud you all and congratulations on passing SB 1793 and developing markets for recycling in Tennessee. We do believe that recycling is the solution. And simple math, if you take TDEC's assumptions that half of our landfills are going to be out of capacity within 20 years, if we are able to pull out the materials from the waste stream, half of those materials, which is technically feasible, 50% to 75% of these materials in our landfills can be recycled. You take that out of the waste stream, that right there gives us 20 more years, doubles the length of our existing landfills. So we have to take it seriously, and I know you are, which is why you passed the legislation. So we look forward to working with you on the process. We do support Waste to Jobs Act. We do support extended producer responsibility. There are 35 states that have EPR policies in Tennessee. We talked about shifting the burden and the cost of recycling and waste management from just the taxpayers and consumers to others. And EPR is one way of doing that. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I was hoping he would get an applause. He'd feel left out. Hey, man.
Hi there, my name is Susan Shan. I live out in Bells Bend, and I am here as a citizen and in support of the Tennessee Waste to Jobs Act. And I won't repeat some of what I just heard as you asked, but I will add also that there are manufacturers, as was pointed out by the gentleman from the Chamber of Commerce, there are manufacturers that really want these materials. So that is a cost savings to them. Extended producer responsibility. As Ms. Barrett pointed out, a lot of information has been provided, maybe for this council and beyond, but the people involved in this dialogue have a lot of solutions. I would love to see that be part of that, because globally, EPR bills are being implemented with great success. And a lot of these large manufacturers that would actually bear much of the cost, because smaller ones are exempted. I think you probably understand that. Companies under 10 million in revenue annually and under a ton of packaging annually, I believe, are exempted from this Tennessee bill version of EPR. So I would just love to see that be part of the dialogue. I think it makes a lot of sense, because when we talk about cost, it has a lot of different meanings. It's not just cost of businesses, large businesses, but it's also cost to taxpayers, concerns about the landfills that have already been referenced. And so for a holistic solution, that should be part of that dialogue as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Shockley. I'm from Scott County, Tennessee. So Scott County does not have countywide zoning. Actually, 49 out of 95 counties in Tennessee do not have countywide zoning. So when we're having a discussion about eliminating local control, those are the counties that you're really going to be affecting and taking away their local voice in these matters. My neighboring counties, Morgan and Fentress County, they also do not have Jackson's Law enacted, along with not having countywide zoning. So their voice, when they have landfill siting by solid waste industry, it's only by that solid waste board that they have there. So all of these tools have been afforded to us by the states. These are tools that every single county can choose and pick for themselves to have at their disposal to create and promote their own vision and their own economic growth in their counties. Jackson's Law recognizes that local knowledge has real value. It recognizes that communities have a seat at the table where decisions are being made that affect the economic future they have so carefully built for themselves. The decisions you make here are not simply about waste disposal. It is about economic strategy. It is about community identity. It is about opportunity. But most importantly, it is about the future we choose for every county in Tennessee. Before we decide what solid waste policy in Tennessee is going to look like, I respectfully ask you guys to remember what generations of citizens have worked so hard to build here in our state, and we deserve to have a voice to preserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shockley.
Hi, thank you. My name's Candida Lane. I am the Rutherford County SOCM Chair, and SOCM was actually the one nonprofit organization that helped enact the Jackson Law. It was about a bunch of people sitting around the kitchen table bitching because they were getting taken advantage of by corporations, corporate people taking coal out without being taxed, and that's when the Jackson Law got enacted. So I love SOCM because I live in Rutherford County. I live right around the corner from Middle Point Landfill, more than 17 years. In that time, I watched the landfill operations decline year after year, not only in basic care and maintenance, but in transparency, responsibility, and respect for the people who live closest to it. What once was presented as a managed facility has become a constant source of stress, pollution, and uncertainty for my family and my neighbors. For decades, our community has been forced to endure excessive methane emissions, overwhelming odors, and the ongoing fear of contaminated water. These are not occasional problems, they're long-standing, well-documented issues that have been repeatedly placed on Middle Point in the public spotlight. My family, along with others, continue to live with the consequences of these failures. We breathe the emissions, we smell the odors, and we carry the anxiety of not knowing if our water or our air is safe. No community should be expected to tolerate this level of risk, especially when the problems have been known, discussed, and highlighted for so many years. Meanwhile, communities across the globe are moving forward with modern, responsible, and sustainable solid waste solutions. Countries, cities, and local governments are working together to reduce landfill dependence, capture methane responsibly, and convert waste into energy, create jobs through innovative recycling and material recovery programs.
Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Michelle Treishman, and I am a small business owner and a resident of Oneida, Tennessee in Scott County. I'm here today to urge you to recommend maintaining the protections provided by the Jackson Law and the Scenic Rivers Act. These laws are not merely about landfill regulation. They are about preserving local input, protecting rural communities, and ensuring that the people who live with the consequences of these decisions have a meaningful voice in them. What concerns many of us in rural communities is that we often find ourselves at a disadvantage in these debates. Large corporations have the resources to hire lobbyists, attorneys, consultants, engineers, and public relations firms. They can spend years and millions of dollars advocating for their interests. Local citizens cannot. The average small business owner, like myself, farmer, teacher, or retiree, does not have a team of professionals representing them in Nashville. We do not have lobbyists walking the halls of government. We have our own jobs to do, businesses to run, and families to support. Most of the time, all we get is a couple of minutes at a microphone to speak for our community. This is precisely why the Jackson Law and the Scenic River Act matter. These laws do not prevent development. They do not prevent responsible waste management. What they do is to help restore balance to a process where the people with the greatest stake in the outcome often have the fewest resources to influence it. Without these protections, there is a real risk that decisions affecting rural communities will be increasingly driven by those with the greatest financial interest in the outcome rather than those who must live with the consequences for decades to come. And let's be honest. Let's be honest. Who bears those consequences? The garbage is often generated somewhere else. The profits also go somewhere else. But the truck traffic, the environmental risks, the impact on our community's image, and the lost economic opportunities stay right where that landfill is located.
Thank you, Ms. Treishman. Appreciate you being here.
Afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ralph Treishman. I agree with most everything she said, as always. I also am from Oneida, Tennessee, and I am here representing actually the Chamber of Commerce of Scott County as a director and as a business owner and as a chairman of the Industrial Development Board of Oneida. So it is part of my job to seek and grow businesses into our community. However, our plans to do that include a lot of things that fly directly in the face of imposed external factors such as landfills in what we're seeing as a great opportunity to invest in tourism. It's a major industry for our area. The natural resources that we have there are vital to our future, and we don't want to see them squandered, especially when we have already taken care of our needs. The Solid Waste Board of Scott County, while tiny in region, mighty in use, has figured out a plan to not only take care of Scott County's waste, but also Morgan, Campbell, and part of Knox's. We have a regional landfill already in our county. We don't need another one, but we do need a voice to say, we don't need another one. It's not a matter of wanting, it's a matter of we've got a plan, we're following it. We'd rather external companies don't come in for profit only because they see vacant land and impose their profit model on our business and our economic future that has a very different look to it. You may not be aware that we are looking to invest some $2.5 million along with Anderson and Campbell counties to develop a 43-mile rail-to-trail bike path that will completely change the tourist look of that whole region. And it runs along New River, another tributary to the Big South Fork River. That is the kind of local knowledge that a local board would understand and say, if there was a need for a landfill, we would probably help define the siting of that landfill somewhere other than along that corridor. Somebody in Nashville may not have that opinion. And respectfully, we would like to discourage the over-regionalization of some of these boards. While it's a county, there's a lot of counties, I get that. But if the recent redistricting is any indication of how organizations are made of our counties and our representation, we are now in District 6. We share in Scott County parts of Nashville. I don't know that we want to have that same kind of imposed regionalization on our waste management if we're the ones taking care of the unspoken community that wants to not have any waste.
Thank you, Mr. Treishman.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate
Thank
you being here.
Hello, my name is Marissa Macelis, and I work with the Tennessee Environmental Council. I'm a big supporter of the Tennessee Waste to Jobs Act, and I've met with many of you, and I've testified here. And I want to say thank you first for all the work that you're doing to progress in this issue that when I moved here 13 years ago, I was just another community member that wanted to do something about this issue. And I started a podcast, I started a content group, I started holding meetings in my community, and we were always talking about this issue and the confusion around it and why was it so confusing to understand where the waste goes, what's recyclable, what's not. And the fact that so many people still don't know today, and I've lived here for 13 years, and the community is still confused. And I think that we're in this place of just denial, honestly, that a lot of people don't know what to do anymore. And I hear the same things. We want the same things. We want the local control to stay there. We want local voices to be able to be heard. We want to preserve Tennessee and its beauty, the rivers, the farmland. We want to keep that the way it is. So I understand also there's so much complicated information about where landfill goes. Where does it go? Nobody wants one, but where do we put one then? And how are we going to work together to get to that solution? And how do we prioritize recycling? The infrastructure issue, the funding issue, it's continuous. And I understand that extended producer responsibility is scary because no other state has been able to prove that it works, but there have been policies around the other products that do work. We could be the first state to make that work. We could take a chance and do that. And you've heard it already from many other people. And I applaud all the public that came out today to talk. And I'm just very grateful to be here and be a part of the conversation. Thank you all for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Sellis.
I'm Mac Nolan. I'm one of the few people who's had the opportunity to be a solid waste director in 2 large counties, both of which the solid waste department budget is less than 2% of the entire county budget. Schools are over 70%. Now, when all this new stuff came in about the landfills in the early 90s, most of the county landfills, old garbage landfills, closed. They closed because it's too expensive for a county to put in the sales and all that type of stuff that's required. So the only way to make that work is to bring in outside of the county trash. Most every county does not want that. You have several counties that have permitted Class 1 facilities not taking any trash for the same reason. They don't want to spend the money. We don't have a landfill problem. We have a landfill usage problem. Put Class 1 materials in the Class 1 landfills, Class 3, 4 materials in the 3, 4, and recycle the rest of it. And until we make trash a utility and you actually see a bill for it, it's much easier to throw everything in one trash bag, take to the convenience center, drop off. It's free. It's far from free. We've got to change the culture in Tennessee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Crowley, and I am from Cumberland County, Tennessee. I'm a congressional candidate in Tennessee's 6th congressional district, and that includes Scott County. And I want to talk a minute about Scott County because I get the feeling a lot of you have never been there. Let me tell you what there's not in Scott County. There's not a lot of opportunities. There's not a lot of industry. There's not a lot of manufacturing. There's not a university there. You know what there is? Tourism, outdoor recreation. How do I know this? I was a Tennessee State Park Ranger. I worked on the Cumberland Trail. I literally blazed and built trail in Scott County, Tennessee. Until you've been to Hembry's Grocery and had a fried bologna sandwich, I don't think you need to make any decisions about landfills in Tennessee. With all due respect, we should adopt and maintain the Jackson Law and strengthen it, if anything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Hillary Huddleston. Really quick question. I couldn't remember the second group of people that spoke when there were 3 individuals. It was like the TW. Yes, the TWR. Okay, cool. I wanted to address 2 things that were said when they were up because I found them a little bit concerning. The gentleman had said, like, we have to add capacity. There were 2 things he said in his like ending speech, but one of them was that we have to add capacity. And I don't think that there's anyone in the room that disagrees that we have to add capacity. We have to figure out what to do with our waste. What I don't want to see is us add capacity at the risk of our children, at the expense of our future generations here in Tennessee. I truly believe that's what all of you want as well, and that's why you're serving here. The second thing is that he mentioned that it could be a slippery slope for the Scenic River Act to be used to stop this. And that worries me as well because you don't remove safeguards because you're scared that they're going to be misused. What we will see more often is corporations misuse things and work around things and it harm the public. So you do not remove a safeguard to help a corporation or help something come in. You keep those safeguards and you strengthen them and you make those groups work within those safeguards. I want to leave a better Tennessee for my 4 children than what we have. And I truly believe that's what all of you are here for today. So I would just encourage you to stick with the Scenic River Act and the Jackson Law because it was written for a reason. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate everyone being here and participating in the process. We definitely want to hear from you. That's why we're here. This state is run by the people and for the people. And that's why each of us we're in the position we're in. So appreciate you being here. Chairman Reeves, any closing remarks?
No, just appreciate the passion. Really do. Just appreciate the passion from the folks in the room. And obviously you care, and we do too. We do too. We're taking the time to try to think through this, and it's a complicated issue. I mean, it's not something we're going to fix right away. But I couldn't agree more with a number of comments that were made today that this needs to become the next electricity, the next roads, the next infrastructure for the state of Tennessee. So honored to serve with Chairman Todd, and if there's nothing else, I'll move to adjourn.
One more thing. I think we're tentatively looking, did you get a confirmation on the date yet? Not yet. We're tentatively looking for October 20th to be our next date. So you might pencil that in. We'll let everyone know as soon as we have that confirmed. But that is tentative at this point. So without any further business, then we will stand adjourned.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.